We're here, chat. We're here. I haven't got my GameStop warrants yet. It doesn't look like they're trading on the market yet either, so hopefully by the afternoon you get them, hopefully by end of day. They're in computer share, I suppose, but they're at like a $0 value on computer share, so I guess, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I guess we'll see, bro. I guess we'll see if we get them or not. Hopefully we get them. Because that would suck, you know? That would suck. We waited all that time, all that, just to have the stock sell off 10%. Oh, shit. Oh, that's funny. I got my warrants? No, you didn't. Why are you lying, bro? You might have them, but they're at a $0 value, so you don't have them yet. Don't be coming in my stream capping, bro. Don't be capping. What's up, Matt Romano? Survive and Thrive. P. What's up, Unknown? No value attached. Yeah, that's what I saw. They're not trading on the market yet, though. You can't even search them up on like Yahoo or TradingView or anything. So I don't think they're fully out yet. And I was actually I found this guy's YouTube channel. I don't know, like, if you guys, you know, support my stream, go on this guy's videos. Push Start Arcade. He's been making videos for a little bit now, it looks like, and nobody supports him, which is, you know, he'll get better as time goes on, so go, like, comment on his video or something, you know. Be what the GameStop community isn't to us, you know. Go actually, like, comment on his video and subscribe and say what's up. You know, we got to be the change that we want to see in this terrible community. So, you know, go support this guy. He's only been making content for, like, 2 or 3 weeks, it looks like. Well, looks like he's been making content for like a month or two, but he's been a lot more consistent on the power packs the last like couple weeks, so go support that guy. I put his link in the chat there. So go support, go put a comment on his videos, go do something. Go do something. Go show some love, bro, because, you know, nobody else in the GameStop community is going to do this for this guy. You know, everyone else in the GameStop community is complete garbage, so, you know, I'll be the one that supports the new people, since nobody else will do it. But yeah, link in the chat. What's up, Moose? I have no clue, bro. They should be live this afternoon, or should be similar to like an IPO, but if not, you know, should have them in your account by tomorrow, I would think. Hopefully. I'm gonna be pretty annoyed if I don't get my warrants, because I wasted my time sitting there fucking, I'm gonna get free warrants, I'm gonna get free warrants. Like, we better get our fucking warrants. I just took a 10% drop like it fucking is nobody's business. I should have just took profits like a real G at this point. For some reason the chat is like tripping. Oh, I don't have any of the interface up. There we go. Wait, why is that one messed up? There we go. And the IPO we watched activate around 2 p.m. Yeah, that's usually when they are. In the afternoon sometime. Not expecting any shenanigans. Yeah, I wouldn't expect any issues. I was just expecting them to be trading on the market today. So if they were trading on the market and they weren't in my account, I'd be a little worried. But since it's, not trading on the market, I'm not too worried. Not too worried. It will be annoying if we don't get them, though. That's for sure. It'll definitely be annoying. You did get like two little sec filing things. Nothing special, but they're basically just talking about the warrants getting released. Let's see. Says the securities to be registered hereby are warrants to be distributed to holders of common stock of GameStop as of October 3rd, 2025, quote, the record date. Holders may exercise their warrants for shares of common stock as specified under the terms of the warrant agreement to be entered into between the registrant and the Computer Share Trust Company, N.A. as warrant agent, the form of which is included as Exhibit 4.1. Hopefully it's not just for Computer Share. I'll be actually pretty annoyed, but wouldn't be surprised either. The registrant will distribute the warrants on or about October 7th, 2025 to holders of the record date. The registrant has applied to list the warrants to be registered hereby on the New York Stock Exchange under the symbol GMEWS. On the distribution date, holders will receive one warrant for every 10 shares of common stock they hold of the record date. Holders of the registrant's 0% convertible senior notes due 2030 and 0% convertible senior notes due 2032 will also receive at the same time and on the same terms as holders of common stock warrants without having to convert such holders' convertible notes, as if such holder held a number of shares of common stock equal to the product of the conversion rate applicable to the conversion notes in effect on the record date, and the aggregate principal amount of convertible notes held by such note holders on such date. No fractional warrants will be issued, and any such fractions that would otherwise be issuable will be rounded down as set forth in the warrant agreement. For example, shareholders who own 166 or 333 shares of common stock would receive 0, 16, and 33 warrants, respectively. Similarly, warrants issued to note holders in the distribution will be subject to similar rounding down. Each warrant will initially entitle the holder to purchase at the holder's sole and exclusive election at a cash exercise price of $32 one share of common stock. The warrants will expire and cease to be exercisable at 5 p.m. New York City time on October 30th, 2026. The warrant exercise rate is subject to certain adjustments for events, including stock dividends, share splits, share combinations, right issuances, other distributions, spin-offs, cash dividends, and tender or exchange offers in cases set forth in the warrant agreement. The distribution of warrants has not been registered under the Securities Act of 1933, as amended, because the issuance of a dividend in the form of a warrant for no consideration is not a sale or disposition of a security or interest in a security for value pursuant Section 2A3 of the Securities Act. The registrant will file a prospectus supplement under its shelf registration statement registering the shares of common stock underlying the warrants. The description of the warrants contained in a form of prospectus or prospectus supplement relating to the warrants subsequently filed by registrant pursuant to Rule 424B under the Securities Act shall be deemed to be incorporated by reference herein. Following exhibit is filed as part of the registration statement. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. This is just a bunch of things. A bunch of definitions. Let's see. The warrant shall initially be issued as follows to, quote, the initial warrants. Registered holders of shares of common stock is the distribution date, as reflected in the company's direct registration system for the common stock. Damn, is computer share going to be the only people who get it? That'd be crazy. Warrants for each 10 shares of common stock held by registered shareholders. Blah, blah, blah. To the registered holders of convertible notes as of well, I don't think you can hold convertible notes in computer shares, so there's no way that it's computer share only. I don't see that. I just don't see that happening. To the registered holders of convertible notes as of the distribution record date, as reflected in the note register, pursuant to Section 1404 of applicable indenture, without such holders having to convert their convertible notes, one warrant for 10 shares, common stock, that be issuable upon conversion as of the distribution record date, assuming physical settlement of the aggregate principal amount of convertible notes held by such holders on the distribution record date. 3. The company may, subject to the provisions of this agreement, originally issue additional warrants with the same terms as the initial warrants, which additional warrants will, subject to the foregoing, be considered to be part of the same series of and rank equally and rateably with all others. Warrants issued under this agreement provided, however, that if any such additional warrants are not fungible for federal income tax or federal securities law purposes, with other warrants issued under this agreement and assigned a CUSIP number, then such additional warrants will be identified by separate CUSIP numbers or by no CUSIP number. All warrants issued pursuant to this agreement will be equally and rateably entitled to the benefits of this warrant agreement without preference or priority. The warrant agent shall allocate the warrants to and register the warrants in the names of such registered holders in accordance with the company's direct registration system or the warrant agent's other book entry procedures, pursuant to an allocation schedule approved by the company, and in the case of the registered holders of convertible notes, in cooperation with the trustee under the indenture, any warrants registered through the company's direct registration system or the warrant agent's other book entry procedures shall be issued in uncertificated form and shall not be represented by warrant certificates. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Notwithstanding the foregoing, some or all the warrants may at an initial issuance or any time thereafter be represented by one or more permanent global warrants in definitive, fully registered form with the global securities legend set forth in Exhibit A attached to hereto, quote, global warrant. Any such global warrant shall be deposited on behalf of the relevant holders with the warrant agent as a custodian for the depositary, or with such other custodians as depositary may direct, registered name in the depositary or a nominee of the depositary, and duly executed by the company and countersigned by the warrant agent as hereafter provided. Definitive warrants. Holders of warrants or holders of beneficial interest in any global warrant will not be entitled to physical delivery of definitive warrants. Procedures. This section 2.01c shall apply only to global warrant deposited with or on behalf of the depositary. If any warrants are to be represented by a global warrant, then the company shall execute and the warrant agent shall, in accordance with section 2.02, countersign and deliver initially one or more global warrants, that A shall be registered in the name of the depositary for such global warrant, or global warrants, or the nominee of the depositary, and B shall be delivered by the warrant agent to the depositary, or pursuant to the depositary's instruction, or held by the warrant agent as a custodian for the depositary. Members of or participants in the depositary shall have no rights under this agreement with respect to any global warrant held on their behalf by the depositary or by the warrant agent as the custodian of the depositary or under such global warrant, and the depositary may be treated by the company, the warrant agent, and any agent of the company or the warrant agent as the absolute owner of such global warrant for all purposes whatsoever, Notwithstanding the foregoing, nothing herein shall prevent the company, the warrant agent, or any agent of the company or the warrant agent from giving effect to any written certification, proxy, or other authorization furnished by the depositary, or impair, as between the depositary and its agent members, the operation of a customary practices of the depositary governing the exercise of the rights of a holder of a beneficial interest in a global warrant. No fractional warrants. Company shall not issue fractional warrants. We don't need to read that. We already know that. Warrant certificates. If any warrant certificates are issued hereunder, then at least one officer shall sign such warrant certificates for the company by manual, FASMILE, or portable document format, PDF, signature, or by means of other electronic transmission. There's a note about them on the summary tab. Well, what's the note? What does it say? The warrants, whether or not receipt evidenced by a warrant certificate, shall not be valid until registered on the warrant register. Okay. Warrant register. The warrant shall be issued in registration form only. Upon the receipt of all relevant information from the company or its agents, the warrant agent shall keep a register, quote, the warrant register, of the warrants and of their transfer and exchange. The warrant register shall show the names and addresses of the respective holders and the date and number of warrants owned by such holders. The holder of any global warrant will be the depositary or a nominee in whose name the global warrant is registered. Company and the warrant agent may deem and treat the person in whose name the warrants are registered in the warrant register as the absolute owner of such warrants for all purposes and regardless of any notice to the contrary. Transfer and exchange of warrants. Transfer and exchange of warrants or beneficial interest therein shall be effected through the company's direct registration system or the warrant agent's other book entry procedures. And in the case of any global warrants, the depositary in each case in accordance with this agreement and the procedures of the warrant agent and as applicable, the depositary, therefore, the company may instruct the warrant agent from time to time. The warrants held by a member of the board of directors, an officer of the company, or an affiliate of the company are subject to restrictions on transfers or exchanges related to compliance with the applicable securities laws, in which case the warrant agent shall not permit the transfer or exchange of such warrants without the consent of the company. Except as set forth in section 2.04, global warrant may only be transferred as whole and not in part, and only by the depositary to a nominee of the depositary, nominee of the depositary to the depositary or another nominee of the depositary, and the depositary, blah, blah, blah. Alright. Such warrants may be exchanged only in accordance with such procedures. Warrant agent may register the transfer of any definitive warrant upon written request of the holder, delivered to the warrant agent, and surrender of the warrant certificates to be transferred, split up, combined, or exchanged, together with the form of assignment and certificate duly executed and properly completed, and such other documentation that the company or the warrant agent may reasonably request at the office of the warrant agent designated for such purpose. Any requested transfer of warrant shall be accompanied by reasonable evidence of authority that may be required by the warrant agent of the party making such request, which evidence shall include but not limited to a signature guarantee from an eligible guarantor, institution participating in a signature guarantee program approved by the Securities Transfer Association. Upon any such transfer, one or more new definitive warrants representing an equal aggregate number of definitive warrants shall be issued and transferred certificates shall be canceled. I don't think any of this stuff is relevant, I'll be honest. I don't think the warrants are relevant at this point. The stock's down like 12% or some shit. I don't think the warrants are very relevant at this point. Should have just continued trading, honestly. Is what it is, though. Is what it is. That's what happens when I don't know. That's just what happens, I guess. All right. At such time as beneficial interests in global warrants have been exchanged for definitive warrants, redeemed or repurchased or canceled, such global warrants shall be returned to the depository for cancellation or retained and canceled by the warrant agent at any time prior to such cancellation. If any beneficial interest in a global warrant is exchanged for definitive warrants, repurchased or canceled, the number of warrants represented by such global warrants shall be reduced. An adjustment shall be made on the books and records of the warrant agent. Such global blah 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 blah. How's there 30 people in here, but we have 4 likes? That doesn't really make any sense. Why don't you guys run up that like button? Unless it's just all bots here, I guess. That's a possibility. Possibility it's all bots, but I think you guys need to run up that like button. That's crazy. Obligations with respect to transfers and exchanges of warrants. To permit registrations of transfers and exchanges, company shall execute and the warrant agent shall countersign by either manual, facsimile, or PDF signature, or by means of other electronic transmission, any global warrants and definitive warrants, if applicable, as required, subject to provisions section 2.02, and this section 2.04. No service charge shall be made for any registration or transfer or exchange. Any transfer tax, assessment, or similar governmental charge payable in connection with any registration or transfer or exchange shall be paid by the holder. What's up, Push Start Arcade? Hey, make sure you guys go, do I still have this? Oh yeah. For some reason. Go support Push Start Arcade. He's been pulling power packs for the past like 3 weeks or something. Go show some love, bro. Go give him a comment. Go subscribe. Go show some love, bro. Be what the GameStop community isn't, and that's, you know, supportive to other people. go show the guy some love. What's up, Brian? The company may require payment from the holder of a sum sufficient to cover any tax or governmental charge that may be imposed in connection with any transfer, split up, combination, or exchange of the warrants. The warrant agent shall not have any duty or obligation to take any action under any section of this agreement or any warrant, in each case that requires the payment of taxes or charges. Prior to the due presentation for registration or transfer of any warrant, the company and the warrant agent may deem and treat the person in whose name such warrant is registered as the absolute owner of such warrant, and neither the company nor the warrant agent shall be affected by notice of the contrary. All warrants issued upon any transfer or exchange pursuant to the terms of this agreement shall be valid obligations of the company, entitled to the same benefits under this agreement as the warrants surrendered upon such transfer or exchange. No obligation of the warrant agent. The warrant agent shall have no responsibility or obligation to any beneficial owner of a global warrant, an agent member, or other person with respect to the accuracy of the records of the depositary or its nominee, or any participant or member thereof with respect to any ownership interest in the warrants, or with respect to the delivery to any participant, member, beneficial owner, or other person of any notice or the payment of any amount under or with respect to such warrants. All notices and communications to be given to the holders and all payments to be made to the holders under the warrant shall be given or made only to or upon the order of the registered holders. The rights of a beneficial owner in any global warrant shall be exercised only through the depositary subject to the applicable rules and procedures of the depositary. The warrant agent may relay, and shall be fully protected in relying upon information furnished by the depositary with respect to its members, participants, and any beneficial owners. Definitive warrants. Subject to section 2.05e, beneficial interests in a global warrant deposited with the depositary or with the warrant agent as custodian shall be transferred to the beneficial owners thereof in the form of definitive warrants in a number equal to the number of warrants represented by such global warrant in exchange for such global warrant. only if such transfer complies Section 2.04 and the depositary notifies the company it is unwilling or unable to continue as depositary for such global warrant, or if at any time the depositary ceases to be a clearing agency registered under the Exchange Act, and in each such case, a successor depositary is not appointed by the company within 90 days of such notice, or the company in its sole discretion notifies the warrant agent in writing that it elects to cause the issuance of definitive warrants under this agreement. In such event, the transfer, exchange, or exercise of the warrant shall be conducted in accordance with the customary procedures of the warrant agent. Sub Rosh, sub Hugh. Any global warrant that is transferable to the beneficial owners thereof pursuant to this section 2.05 shall be surrendered by the depositary to the warrant agent to be so transferred in whole or from time to time in part without charge, and the warrant agent shall countersign by either manual, facsimile, or PDF signature, or by means of other electronic transmission, and deliver to each beneficial owner in the name of such beneficial owner. Upon such transfer of each portion of such global warrant, definitive warrants, evidencing a number of warrants equivalent to such beneficial owner's beneficial interest in such global warrant, the warrant agent shall register such transfer in the warrant register, and upon such transfer, the surrendered global warrant shall be canceled by the warrant agent. Any such definitive warrant shall bear such restrictive legends as the company may instruct. Subject to the provisions of Section 2.05b, the registered holder of a global warrant may grant proxies and otherwise authorize any person, including agent members and persons that may hold interest through agent members, to take any actions that such holders is entitled to take under this agreement or the warrants. D. In the event of the occurrence of either specified in Section 2.05, company will promptly make available to the warrant agents a reasonable supply of definitive warrants in definitive, fully registered form. E. The depositary shall notify the warrant agent of the names and the amounts in which the definitive warrants will be issued. Neither the company nor the warrant agent will be liable or responsible for any names or any amounts provided by the depositary. Notwithstanding the foregoing, in lieu of issuing a definitive warrant to any person, the warrant agent may, upon the company's instruction, register warrants in the same name of such person through the company's direct registration system or the warrants agent's other book entry procedures. Section 2.06, replacement certificates if a mutilated warrant certificate is surrendered to the warrant agent, or if the holder of a warrant certificate provides proof reasonably satisfactory to the company and the warrant agent that the warrant certificate has been lost, destroyed, or wrongfully taken, company shall issue and the warrant agent shall countersign by either manual, facsimile, or PDF signature, or by the means of other electronic transmission, a replacement warrant certificate representing an equivalent number of warrants, if the reasonable requirements of the warrant agent are met, an absent notice to the warrant agent that any such certificates have been acquired by a bona fide purchaser. Such holders shall furnish an open penalty surety bond sufficient in the judgment of the company and the warrant agent to protect the company and the warrant agent from any loss that either of them may suffer. If a warrant certificate is replaced, the warrant agent may, at its option, issue replacement warrants for mutilated certificates upon the presentation thereof without such indemnity. Company and the warrant agent may charge the holder for their respective expenses in replacing a warrant certificate. Every replacement warrant certificate evidences an additional obligation of the company. Outstanding warrants. All warrants evidenced as outstanding in the warrant register shall be deemed to be outstanding for purpose of this agreement. By warrant certificates shall include all warrant certificates authenticated by the warrant agent, excluded those canceled by it or those delivered to it for cancellation. A warrant does not cease to be outstanding because an affiliate of the company holds the warrant. A warrant ceases to be outstanding if the company holds the warrant. If a warrant certificate is replaced pursuant to Section 2.06, the warrant's evidence thereby cease to be outstanding unless the warrant agent and the company receive proofs Proof satisfactory to them that the replaced warrant certificate is held by a protected purchaser. Cancellation: in the event the company shall purchase or otherwise acquire definitive warrants, the company may, at its option, deliver the same to the warrant agent for cancellation. The warrant agent and no one else shall cancel all warrant certificates surrendered for transfer, exchange, replacement, exercise, or cancellation. The company may not issue new warrant certificates to replace warrant certificates to the extent they evidence warrants which have been exercised or warrants which the company's canceled. CUSIP numbers. Company has assigned a CUSIP number in connection with the issuance of the warrants, and the warrant agent may use such CUSIP number in notices convenience to the holders, provided, however, that any such notice shall state that no representation is made as to the correctness of such numbers, either as printed on the warrant certificates or as contained in any notices, and that reliance may be placed only on the other identification numbers printed on the warrant certificates. Have we read this before? I don't even know. Exercise terms. Each warrant shall entitle the holder thereof to purchase during the exercise period, for each warrant evidenced thereby, a number of shares of common stock equal to the warrant's exercise rate, in effect immediately prior to the close of business on the relevant exercise date, subject to Section 3.06 for cash payment equal to the warrant exercise price. The holders may exercise all or a portion of their warrants, or choose not to exercise any warrants at all, or may otherwise sell or transfer their warrants in each case in their sole and absolute discretion. The number of shares of common stock issuable in respect of any exercise of warrants represented by a global warrant shall be determined by the depositary upon consultation with the company in accordance with the agreement, provided that in the event the company disagrees in good faith with any such calculation, the company may make such calculation in good faith, and the company's calculation shall be determinative and final and binding on the depositary, the warrant agent, and the holders. Number of shares of common stock issuable in respect of any exercise of warrants represented through the company's DRS system or the warrant agent's other book entry procedures shall be determined by the warrant agent upon consultation with the company in accordance with this agreement, provided that in the event the company disagrees in good faith with any such calculation, the company may make such calculations in good faith, and the company's calculation shall be determinative and final and binding on the warrant agent and the holders. Exercise period. Subject to the terms and conditions set forein, the warrant shall be exercisable at any time, from time to time on or after the issue date, till the close of business on the expiration date. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the holders will be able to exercise the warrants only if the common stock shelf registration statement relating to the warrant shares is effective and the exercise date does not fall in an exercise suspension period, and 2, the warrant shares are qualified for sale or exempt from qualification under the applicable securities laws or the states or other jurisdictions in which such holders reside, except as otherwise provided in Section 5.01. Company may instruct the warrant agent in writing from time to time the warrants held by a member of the board of directors, an officer of the company, or an affiliate of the company are subject to further restrictions on exercise-related compliance with applicable securities laws, in which case the warrant agent shall not permit the exercise of such warrants without the written consent of the company. Subject to the terms and conditions set forth herein, including without limitation Section 3.04 and Section 5, the warrants will expire and cease to be exercisable at the close of business on October 30th, 2026. The exercise period is the period in which the warrants are exercisable in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth herein. Expiration: a warrant shall terminate and become void as of the earlier of the close of business on the expiration date and the time such warrant is exercised. Manner of exercise. Subject to Sections 3.02 and 3.03, warrants may be exercised by a holder in full or in part on any business day following an exercise period by 1x delivery to the warrant agent at its office designated for such purpose of the related warrant certificate in the case of warrants issued in certificated form, delivery of the warrant through procedures of the warrants, agent in case of the warrants represented through the company's direct registration system, or the warrant agent's other book entry procedures, or Z, delivery of the warrant through the systems of the depository, in the case of the global warrants. Electronic delivery to the warrant agent of an election to purchase warrant shares in the applicable form included in Exhibit A attached hereto, properly completed and duly executed by the holder. And 3, payment in the United States dollar by check payable to the order of the company or the warrant agent, or by wire transfer to the company or the warrant agent of immediately available funds to an account of or for the benefit of the company, in an amount equal to the warrant exercise price multiplied by the number of warrants. So exercise provided that if in any 1, 2, or 3 above has occurred on or after the close of business on any day, it shall instead be deemed to have occurred on the immediately following business day. The exercise date shall be the first business day of which all 1, 2, and 3 have all above have occurred, as determined by the company in consultation with the warrant agent. Notwithstanding any to the contrary set forth herein, the company may, in its sole discretion, from time to time, offer the holders or their brokers the right to deliver a notice of guaranteed delivery on the exercise date with the respect to the warrants, in order to satisfy the delivery requirements of Clause 1 above the exercise date. This is a lot. B, such warrants or units of reference property shall be delivered after the applicable exercise date on the transfer agent's standard turnaround time. C, the company hereby instructs the warrant agent to record the cost basis for newly issued shares. The company agrees that it will provide to warrant agents the holder's cost basis and such holders' respective warrants. The depository determination of the number of shares of common stock to be issued on any exercise of warrants and the validity of such exercise pursuant to this agreement shall govern. The warrant agent shall have no duty or obligation to investigate or confirm whether such determinations are accurate or correct. Person in whose name any shares of common stock shall be issuable upon exercise of a warrant shall be treated as a stockholder of record of such shares. As of the close of business on relevant exercise date, assuming the satisfaction of all conditions, including the payment of the warrant exercise price. Upon the exercise of any warrant, such person shall no longer be a holder of such warrants as the close of business on the relevant exercise date. Company shall not be required to issue fractional share. Yeah, we don't need to read that. We know that. We already know that. My computer is laggy, bro. So laggy. What's up, Jeff Jolly? What's up, Kev? Okay, reservation of warrant shares. Company shall at all times keep reserved out of its authorized common stock a number of shares of common stock sufficient to provide for the exercise of all outstanding warrants. Company will keep a copy of this agreement on file with the stock transfer agent and will furnish to such stock transfer agent a copy of all notices of adjustments transmitted to each holder. The company covenants that all warrant shares that may be issued upon proper exercise of the warrants shall upon issue be fully paid, non-assessable, and free of preempted rights. C, the company shall provide an opinion of a counsel on or prior to the date hereof, which shall state that all warrants and warrant shares as applicable were issued as part of the distribution exempt from the registration requirements of the Securities Act, and 2, were issued in compliance with all applicable state securities or blue sky laws, and 3, are validly issued, fully paid, and non-assessable. I don't even know what you're talking about. Let's see. Adjustments of prices. Whenever any provision on this agreement requires the company to calculate the average of the daily last reported sale price over a span of multiple days, company shall make appropriate adjustments, if any, to each to account for any adjustment to the strike price and the warrant exercise rate that becomes effective on or in any event requiring an adjustment to the strike price and warrant exercise rate for the ex-dividend date or effective date, as the case may be, of the events occurs at any time during or after the period when the average of the last reported sales price is to be calculated, and such calculation and adjustment shall be determinative and final and binding on the warrant agent and the holders. Dude, why is this shit so laggy? It's fucking weird. Oh, man. I don't even want to keep reading this. I don't even really care at this point. What's up, Humberto? Alright, adjustments. Subject to the provisions of Article 4, the strike price and warrant exercise rate shall be adjusted from time to time by the company if any of the following events occurs, except that the company shall not make any adjustments to the strike price and the warrant exercise rate if the holders of the warrants participate a share split or share combination or a tender exchange offer at the same time upon the same terms as holders of the common stock, and solely as a result of holding the warrants in any such transaction described in section 4.01 without having to exercise their warrants, as if they held a number of shares of common stock equal to the warrant exercise rate multiplied by the number of warrants held by such holder. If the strike price is adjusted pursuant to the formulas set forth in any clauses through of this section 4.01, then effective at the same time at which such adjustment to the strike price becomes effective, the warrant exercise rate will be adjusted to an amount equal to the product of A, the warrant exercise rate, in effect immediately before such adjustment to the warrant exercise rate, and B, to the quotient obtained by dividing X, the strike price, in effect immediately before such adjustment to the strike price, and Y, the strike price is in effect immediately after such adjustment to the strike price, provided, however, that the warrant exercise rate will be subject to readjustment to the extent set forth in such clauses. If the company exclusively issues shares of common stock as a dividend or distribution on shares of the common stock, or if the company effects a share split or share combination, the strike price shall be adjusted based on the following formula. SP1 equals SPO times OS0 divided by OS1. So SP0, the strike price in effect immediately prior to the open of business on the ex-dividend date of such dividend or distribution, or immediately prior to the open business of the effective date of such share split or share combination as applicable. So if they do an offering, the exercise price might go down. I don't know if that's like kind of what I'm getting out of it, but I'm not really sure if that's accurate or not. Because that's kind of crazy. Because that means if they raise a bunch more shares, your exercise price could potentially be like higher 20s. But obviously I don't know. It's just what it sounds like. SP1, strike price in effect immediately after the open of business on such ex-dividend date or effective date. OS0, the number of shares of common stock outstanding immediately prior to the open of business on such ex-dividend date or effective date. OS1, the number of shares of common stock outstanding immediately after giving effect to such dividend, distribution, share split, or share combination. Oh, so we could do this right now, actually. So if they did let's see, strike price in effect immediately. I need is there like a graphing calculator? Good lord, son. Ugh. I don't know how to use this. Need a better one. We need one I actually know how to use. Is this it? I don't see. I don't know if I can set this formula up. Let's see. SPO2 strike price in effect immediately prior to the open business. Strike price in effect after the open of business. So yeah, I think you would do 32 times what the share float is now. So it'd be 440. Whoops. 44 to 7 million. But I don't know how to do. I don't see it. Good lord. Oh, it's right here. There it is. I think that's it. I think you do derivative 447. I don't know if this is right though. I don't think that's right. It's just not setting up properly. What's up, Muma? I can't find the right calculator. Function? I just don't think it's gonna work with by just dividing it. I think you have to do the derivative or whatever, the fraction. I don't think it's just gonna work. I mean, I can try it, but I don't think that's gonna work. Let's say number of shares of common stock outstanding immediately after. So let's say they added like 100 million. So you do. I don't think this is accurate. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. So if they added 100 million, that would take your warrant price down to 25. If I'm reading this correctly. So if they add 100 million shares in the next year, your exercise price is going to be like $25, $26. That's crazy. I mean, assuming I'm reading that right. I don't know if I'm actually reading that right, but that's fucking nuts. And imagine there's a world where they did they did the rest of the billion this year, which probably not going to happen. It's probably going to take a couple years for him to do the whole billion. But let's see. So imagine if you will. Is that 447 million? Yeah. Divided by, let's just say they did the whole billion this year by some miracle. Let's see, what is that? That's 10 million, 100 million, billion, right? Yeah. So equals Wait, what the hell just happened? What happened? What did I do? I don't know what I just did. 32 times 447. You son of a bitch. Well, I guess they couldn't do the billion technically because you have like 100 million wrapped up into the convertible bonds. So you could only do technically 900 million. Equals. How come it's not working now? I don't get why it's not working now. How come it worked when I did 557? It's like broken now. What the hell? Why won't it work now? I'm so confused. It literally just did the calculation a minute ago. Please check your input. What do you mean check your input? I'm putting fucking 32 multiplied by something. Like, how hard is that? Like, actually, how hard is that? Why do I need to check my input? Oh my god. These websites are so fucking stupid, I swear to god. A time. Like, why isn't it working now? That makes no sense. It makes no sense why it's not working now. Trash ass fucking calculator is what it is. Unless I did it on this website and I wasn't paying attention, which is possible. See, like, why isn't it you need something on both sides of the symbol? What? Why wouldn't you do that? Sorry, I don't understand. What is... Bro, this is garbage. You can't even do a simple fucking math problem. Good lord. Need one more zero. Equals. Bro, this is so dumb. Can't even do a simple math problem. How can, I don't get how it worked the first time, but now it's not working. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But I guess maybe we could do it this way. I don't think this is gonna work though. It might. Oh wow. So if they raised another 300 million shares by the end of the year, potentially your exercise price is going to be like $16. Like I said, I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. I don't know if that's accurate, but if that is accurate, that's fucking crazy. I mean, hopefully they raise the rest of the money this year. Because if that's the case, wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? I think that would be pretty dope. I'm pretty sure that's... I don't know. I'm going to the gym, though. So, I'll read the rest of this later. Have fun watching Roaring Kitty. Enjoy.
first that bond exchange, and then they specifically said in the last conference call this was going to be their primary focus, taking care of these bonds before they come due. I mean, they specifically said that. I mean, they've been telling this same story they're telling you. They've been laying out their game plan. They're following through with it. I can't remember, but we talked about this recently, and it was becoming so late in the year that I was leaning toward they might not redeem any until the start of next year. That must have been a couple of weeks ago. I can't remember. And so this is good news as far as I'm concerned, because I was already they're probably not going to do this at the beginning of the year, because now the focus is on the consoles, rolling out the consoles. I thought this might be a little bit of a back burner type thing. And then the timing of it, they announced it the day the new Xbox is released, right? And Sony tomorrow, but I thought, whoa, the timing of it, that's pretty interesting. It will close on December 11th, which is just 1 month from, I don't know, today's November 11th, so that's December 11th. And that'll be right around the time of earnings. Maybe earnings could be on that day. I have no idea. So that's good news. I was like, oh, this is good. Just get that right off the books in time. And of course, they specified that they were going to use using cash generated from options, right? Obviously, we know they continue to generate cash. This should be a little bit of a vote of confidence as to how they're performing right now, right? That said, they had said they were going to do this, and they had that fat cash balance on the balance sheet that at the end of the prior quarter. So there was a good chance. I was kind of curious about that 63%. Like they got it down to They redeemed 63% of the outstanding notes of those of the ones coming due next March. And I wonder how they landed on that figure, right? It seems most likely that as is the stream slow? Oh, hold up. Is the stream slow? Hold up. Is it this? See if I open up that spreadsheet. Oh, I just got an alert. Hold up. Let me just see if this. I don't know. Let me know. Let me know in the chat if it's going slow. Oh, it looks like it's okay. Sick. So they did 63%, and so now they left. They say right in the 8K. What was it? 73.2 millions. Oh, thank you, Trey. It's working well. Thank you. 73.2 million of the notes remain outstanding. And so it seems most likely that it was due to the rising risk of store closures and COVID's heating up again, right? We know heading into the winter, we've been talking about this quite a bit on the stream. CU in particular has been warning about this. It seems to me the most likely case that's what they're doing, just trying to play it safe. You know what I mean? Keep some of the cash on the books. That's the thing, though. Like, I thought that was going to be the case going into the wintertime, right? But they still redeemed going into as we enter the new consoles and as we enter the winter. They were still willing to pull the trigger on it, but we're getting down to the final few months of it anyway, right? So this was kind of inevitable that this was going to happen, but still, I liked it that it happened in 2020. And I'm curious about the 63%, why they're still leaving 73 million out there, but I assume that plan is still to probably we could talk about this. Will they'll redeem it in the next couple of months, or but it seems that's the most likely case. I know some people talking about the opportunity for buybacks too. That's a legitimate case. It doesn't seem like the most likely outcome in my mind, but definitely something to consider. We still know that they had that buyback authorization of just about 101 million, something like that. So there's a case to be made that they would be keeping that cash in the. But we even talked about whether they executed it right, but that's a little bit secondary to the new consoles, right? Taking care of the debt, and if. This isn't just me talking. This is James Bell, right? Was it Jimston Church Bell, right? I saw Philly like that. Cheers, Philly. I saw Philly like that. He's been saying that they were going to do this, right? He pretty much. I wish I should have pulled it up. I'll pull it up later. So that's sick. So that's good news. And I like the timing of it, right? I was saying that this is the week that you might announce if you're a lot of people talk. Oh, you saw GameStop was trending on the Google Trends, right? I popped that up. Do I have it up? Oh, I don't have it up. But you saw it was trending. Let me just say. Right here. Boom. It was it number one yesterday? I forget. GameStop, Xbox. Oh, it's lagging. Whatever. It was number two trending, and then it was, and we had the short. Oh, I'm getting to the short interest, right? But number two trending, and I like all the people talking about how the fact, when we compare it to Blockbuster and so forth, and all these other ones, like how often is your company trending, right? And one of the top search research results here that are things that people are searching, and during those times, right? Kind of silly, but what the hell was I talking about that for? I forget. But so the timing of it, right? The timing of it is that it aligned with this week. We knew they were getting the new consoles. Everyone knew this, blah, blah, blah. But I was thinking if you had some news to be released, it would be interesting timing to do it at the same time a lot of people are talking about literally, you're one of the most searched things out there, right? In your companies, and that's why it's good. It can be good. It can have a heavier impact on investor sentiment. That's how I think about that. That doesn't mean that was necessarily front of mind or anything like that. I've just been thinking leading into this week that this would be an interesting week. I keep on thinking that we're going to get some news anyway about on the business front too. We still might get that. We'll see. But I like I like the timing of that type of stuff because people again are already thinking about it, and then you release it. So then you get the short interest too, right? That came out yesterday. It was about where some of us were predicting that maybe a couple million were closing. I know a number of people were thinking that. Look at this. And I like that we get at the same time where we're getting that GameStop's trending, right? Like even I'm like, whoa, what? And you can see by the mark. What's interesting to me though, that market is the volume. No one can look at the volume. Less than 5 million in shares traded today. And I just keep on coming. But then I'm looking at so less than 5 million today. But it's been the month of November. There has been not much at all. Even the latter half of October, it's been very interesting to me. And so no outsized impact on the market price today, right? This type of a news item isn't that one that everyone's going, ah, it's just not. And we've discussed this many times. And that's because this short interest that we're seeing in the general bearish sentiment surrounding GameStop is not as much these days because of the strength of its balance sheet. I know some people still think that it doesn't have a particularly strong balance sheet. I strongly disagree with that. But that's been less and less of an issue because of its the cash balance has been building, the performance of the past couple of quarters. So is this as level as a concern right now? If you have a company that's on the ropes, they're on the ropes and they're almost done, and then they announce that they bought some back, that it would be more impactful. This is less of a major concern for folks. Now what most people are bearish about are those long-term secular risks. So that's why it's any type of partnership news or reinventing the business, anything that causes people to realize, you know what, they could continue to thrive right now, which I still think they will do based on some of the revamping that they're doing to the omnichannel all over the place, right? But that longer term type stuff, right? That's like the digital partnerships, leveraging their database, their Power Up Rewards database in whatever way. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But that's the type of stuff where people start thinking, shit, they thrive just not here, but thereafter as well, through this console cycle and maybe thereafter. That's the big question mark. And so this news doesn't change that, right? And that's why you didn't even hit 5 million on volume today, right? It's pretty impressive to me. And so that's the thing. Even on this type of news and this whole month, I keep on thinking if anything were announced, and we've talked about this was one of the announcements they could make. It's another digital partnership a la Microsoft. I mean, Ryan Cohen hasn't even talked about any of this stuff yet. What if he adds to his position? We saw the market kind of reacting to this stuff in the past. What if he were to add or talk about the GameStop position? And there's all these different opportunities, right? And if that stuff is announced now, and we're just seeing that there's just not that much selling pressure right now, but there's not even that much buying pressure. If suddenly there is a tremendous amount of buying pressure, it could kick it up a notch. As of right now, we're still in this range, right? There's this one. This is the monthly. Hold on. Let me get to, here's this intraday, right? Just generally, I backed it out a little bit, right? Just we're in this range. It's gradually moving up a little bit in November. This is into the election, through the election, post-election, just this general heading up there, right? But we're just in that range right there. This was, you can see, we're right in that box there. But that of 15, 16, 17, if they can announce something, I think maybe it seems like there's not too many sellers right now. And so that people need a reason to buy, and just that redemption isn't enough. But it's good news just for a company that some people are saying is in secular decline and blah blah blah, that they're in a good enough position to redeem some of that in November of 2020. And so I'm going to assume they're going to redeem the balance in relatively short order here. But so there was that 73 million still outstanding. And then I had just had the balance sheet up here as a reminder as to what where they were at before then. The bonds, I had this up too. I was just taking a peek. They're all trading at a par, right? We know they were trading at a bit of a discount. Oh, here, I can pull this up right now. They were trading at a discount back in March and April, right? At 70, which a lot of people, these are the 2023s, my bad. We want the 2021s. You see how much they got sold off. Right? Remember, store closures, right? Even the bond holders are like, what's going on here? But even if they had tried to buy back in size, I mentioned this in one of my early GameStop videos. Even though it was trading at a discount, if they tried to buy back in size, it would have been it would have bid up the price a bit. That's what I think. And so it's not as big a deal for someone like me. All else equal, you like to buy back at the discount, but it is what it is. And so I got this short interest too. So not much has changed, right? It's reduced a little bit, but it's about flat over the past month. And I just find it interesting because, like I keep on saying, for my thesis, that it has only been strengthening with each incremental news item that we're getting. The big question mark has been for me just getting to the console cycle, making, and then here we got people, GameStop trending as one of the top searchers, right? You know what I mean? Like if you watch some, especially my first early GameStop videos, I'm like, they're still relevant, and now we're here, and that was the biggest variable for me. Now it's just a matter of execution, but I think we're on that path. And so it's pretty impressive to me that this short interest remains as fat as it is. This one's bigger. I think I pulled this one up. We have almost 140% of the flow. That's the other thing too. That volume. I keep on thinking there's so many longs outstanding because of the shorts that I just expected a bit more volume. Maybe I don't know. We'll see. But no material closures yet, and there hasn't been much volume since this has been announced. Right? Sorry, I keep on clicking. I should just keep this open. So what was this? What was that as of again? 1029. Yeah, not much since, right? And there hasn't been any news, so I assume that's still in the ballpark of where it is today. That would be my guess. And I don't think they're not going to close on this news. They're not going to close on early redemption of senior notes because I don't think that was a big part of the thesis. It may have been earlier this year. I don't think it's as big of it has as much weight in their short the bearish thesis these days, but I don't know. So we'll see, but any major announcement otherwise more related to the business, that long-term future, then I'd expect them to close. But right now, and this is the thing, I know people, so to tie it back to this volume, there's not much volume. I think people in general, like, again, I always say this, like we're joking about the short interest because I'm having trouble trying to comprehend the other side based on my fundamental analysis. But at the end of the day, you need there's no one buying the shares these days. There's no one's buying the stock these days. And what you should bear in mind is the stock has still tripled since off the lows, and the short interest hasn't been closing. That's what I keep on saying. Like in those GameStop videos, it's worth noting and worth watching, especially from an educational standpoint, myself included. But it's a bit of a sideshow, right? If the thesis continues to unfold, as many of us in the chat, as we talk about, continues to unfold as many of us think, the thesis will play out and the stock price will rise. It doesn't matter what the short interest is. And when I bring this up, just because look what it has done. It has tripled. It has almost quadrupled off the lows, and short interest had only risen. So I continue to see people just talking about the shorts. I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. It's curious. Make no mistake. It is curious but I'm curious to see how it unfolds. But as long as they keep cranking, it's no big deal. What you need to keep an eye out for is what's going to make people want to buy. And yes, and in turn, what's the shorts will be buying too, right? That's what I mean. But you need what's going to cause people to buy. It's going to be some changes to the business model, right? And so that's why I think everyone's on pins and needles like, oh, what's going to be next after the Microsoft news, right? Myself included. I still think that they're working toward this stuff. You see how much I talk about this, but in time, everything in time. Okay, what else? So that was shorts. Oh, I thought that, Dimitri. Cheers, Dimitri. I saw you posted this video on Seeking Alpha. I thought this was pretty sick, right? It's got over 100,000 views now, but this is from November 6th. But I didn't get to watch the whole thing. I watched some of it, but this person, Jacob here, had called in to see if compare Xbox Series X versus PS5. And the GameStop folks were giving like good feedback on stuff, right? And I thought this was telling because this feeds into, I won't bring it up right now. I'll keep going. But GameStop has that largest distributed sales force across all these brick and mortar retailers who are selling gaming related stuff, right? They're kind of the specialists in this stuff. That's not to say that none of the other retailers had that stuff. I'm not saying that, but like GameStop kind of prides itself on their ability to educate customers on this type of stuff, and not just right now as the consoles come out, but in the coming weeks as people are shopping for the holidays. I was happy to see this, right? Because it's one thing to see it in a presentation and stuff, but to see it in action and to see other folks like talking about this, actual gamers, and to see them providing good. I just thought I'm like, all right, that's good. That's good to see that they're executing on that one. It wasn't just bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just one call, right? But even still, I was curious to see that. Like to see that. I did see this too. Who was this? Someone had tweeted this out. I opened this up a while back. They're going to gamify their store visits with Pokemon Go activation. Not a big deal, right? But just another thing to engage folks coming to your store. I thought that was kind of fun. That's and that was big a couple of years ago, right? But even still, I thought, all right, that's pretty cool. They're kind of doing something with their storefronts. I know all those concept stores they were doing in Tulsa kind of pumped the brakes because of everything that's going on, but they're still able to do stuff. I'm pretty sure I read that they were like going to be extra cautious because of all that's going on. So that's still good that they were still doing this as long as they be safe and stuff. And this was from Ty Kim. So he was comparing the Xbox and the Microsoft and kind of explaining how right now it's looking as though Sony has a bit of a leg up. And I was wondering how that could impact like Microsoft GameStop stuff too, potentially in a better way, where Microsoft's like, well, our games are a little bit behind right now in the early years of the cycle. Could make sense to like partner up with the GameStop. I was thinking about that or other. I'd be curious if anyone else had any thoughts. But this was a good comparing the two. I don't know if Steven's on the chat too. He was saying similar things about Sony versus Microsoft, but that was a good article. Yeah. So that's it for that stuff. Let me get into it. But you can see, not much happening, and without any volume. That's what I mean. Without much volume, I'm writing that box, and it's just chill. It's just on no volume. I've seen so many stocks just sell off on the no volume because there's not legitimate. There's no one stepping in to buy at those lows. But now how many days have passed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going on like 2 weeks of just steady increase, keeping it together. Granted, the whole market's not selling off or going crazy. Perhaps GameStop would if that were the case, but right now just holding up just fine. So there's not much to report on the price action front except everything's hunky dory. And the longer this goes on, the number of weeks that pass where it remains in this, it just becomes a stronger foundation for the stock price. That is it. It is what it is. It is what it is. And again, all else equal, nice to see it creeping back up. We're right around that. It's looking like that 1180 range. Jordan, I saw you talk about that too. That's what I'm saying. That 1180 range is it's like right there, right? It's just hanging right there. Boom. Even it gets above, it comes back down. Small short-term stuff, right? Don't think about that stuff too much, but it catches my attention. Okay, let's go. Welcome, everybody. Good turnout today, huh? We got some questions and answers. We got some news to discuss. We need to see some hot takes today. Let's go. Okay. GameStop Ray. What's up, GameStop Ray? Cheers. Okay, yeah, Polygon, you were talking about that one. Okay. Oh, you think it's hella bullish? It's I don't know about hella bullish. It's good news. It's good news. I try to think about it too, if it's hella bullish from the perspective of the other market participants, right? Usually I'll see something, I'm like, all right, that reaffirms my thesis, but are other people going to get excited about it? Are they going to go, oh? And no, not so far, right? So this is the other thing about this, the redemption, removing, or just whatever you want to call it, just redeeming short-term debt, right? This is short-term debt for GameStop, right? That is good news from the perspective of institutional investors, right? So GameStop, we talk about the gaining the interest of large institutional investors who can really put some serious capital behind the company. GameStop does not have that right now. We were talking about how just by nature of having a larger market cap, bigger firms can get involved, but also things like, and also secular risks, kind of repairing certain aspects of the business models so that the secular risks decline, but also the short-term debt. But it's not off the books yet, but just by way of having that short-term debt on the books, institutions look at this and they miss it, or they don't even want to get involved because it has this debt coming due, and then maybe combined with the secular risks. So as they can chip away at that short-term debt, in that light, it would have been even better if they fully paid it off, right? From the light, from the perspective of institutional investors, because then they may be even more likely to get involved. But when stocks have that short-term debt, it kind of knocks the thesis a bit, even though you and many of us on the street would be like, it's no big deal. They have tons of cash on the books. They have a huge catalyst coming up. But for like screening purposes, right? Like they see that short-term debt and they just move on. They go, no, it just doesn't meet our criteria. And so that's a big step forward in that regard. To knock it off, $125 million of short-term debt is no joke. So it maybe isn't enough to get substantial interest, but it's one, and it's chipping away at it, right? And their type of interest isn't a buy immediately. That's like a buy in the coming weeks or quarters, but perhaps they still need a little bit more. But that's what I mean. This is a major step in that direction. And perhaps it will come sooner than maybe some are thinking right now. You know what I mean? Like if they, I'll keep going. But that was the thing. Like when I see you chipping away at short-term debt, again, even though many of us already felt that they would, and they telegraphed to us that they would, but those big, slower moving institutional investors who have strict, tight thresholds, or strict criteria, buy criteria, this moves up. It moves them up a notch in their books, in my opinion. Okay. Hey, what's up, George? How you doing, George? Hey, Aquablade, what's up? Are they humans? Oh, yeah, well, I don't know if they're humans, but here you go. Well, we were just calling them robots, right? What else? I mean, I'm sure there may be humans involved with it, right? We're just joking because we don't know who the shorts are. But so when I keep on saying the same thing. When I juxtapose my bullishness based on the fundamentals with the short interest that I'm seeing, it doesn't make much sense to me. That's why I keep on thinking maybe I'm missing something. But in that light, I'm like, oh, it just must be robots who are like beep beep boop 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 boop, who just behaving as they've been programmed to do. So I don't know, Aquablade. It's a good question. We're still trying to figure out. Eduardo, what up, Eduardo? How you doing? Steve Stonk, welcome. Oh, we got a new meme. I know a lot of people enjoy. Oh, I missed it, Steve Star. Okay, I will check that out. I am already looking forward to. Steve, you've inspired me to try to go down one of these paths. So cheers to you, Steve. Steve Stonk is on StockTwits. He's got these hilarious ass meme vids. You gotta check them out if you're dialed into GameStop. They're terrific. It's terrific, Steve. You've inspired me. All right, I'll check that out first thing. Hey, what's up, Uber? How you doing, Uber? Welcome back. Welcome back. Happy Wednesday. Matt Ascent. Matt, how you doing, Matt? Welcome. Seeing Jimmy. Oh, you seen it on the CNBC more? Okay. See, that's the thing. It hasn't been hit and it hasn't been mentioned too much in some of these gaming-related articles in some of the mainstream media. A couple times it was mentioned in Reuters last weekend. We brought that up, but good. I haven't been tracking CNBC, so I'm happy to hear that it's word spreading. Well, it's not being reflected in the price action yet, right? But that's part of it, right? That reflexivity, people talking about it, people being in the store. So far, not much impact this week. But this is the thing, is that this is what I always say. This is the difficult part of trying to analyze or even forecast news or fundamental news, but then the sentiment surrounding it, right? But then the impact on the stock price is that there's always a question of, is certain stuff already priced in? And everyone has known the consoles have been coming out, right? But even this sentiment type stuff, sentiment seems like it's been turning the past couple of weeks and even the past month or 6 weeks or so. And has it already been reflected in the stock price? Perhaps. Let's see where we go from here. That's it, but the fundamentals will drive this stuff, right? That's the big thing. Okay. Gamers rising up, all right, Aqua, absolutely. Huh? Did anyone get one? I tried to order one. Oh, did anyone? I tried to order a. I mean, I was probably way late. I was trying to order an Xbox on. When was it? When did it come out? Monday? Tuesday? And yesterday, I think I tried. Was it yesterday? I can't remember when I tried to order it. What's today? Wednesday? I forget. And I tried, and I didn't get it. And I'll try for the Sony, but I'm going to be way late. I know I'm going to be way late, but I had to at least try. You know what I mean? So props to anyone. Good luck if you're trying to get a PS5 tomorrow. I wish you luck. Good luck. I'm rooting for you. Well, Rob Wolf, what's up, Rob? How you doing? Happy Wednesday. Okay, Uber's gonna attack 666. Tragic slip. Hola, amigo or amiga. In GME we trust. Hey, Smash JT. Happy Wednesday, Smash. Yeah, GME stocks used as U.S. currency. Maybe, huh? Move over Bitcoin, right, Aqua? Cheers, Smash. Cheers. Cheyenne, yes, sir. Maybe still at work right now. I don't know, Cheyenne. I don't know. See if we're still on when you get home. Yo, Trey. What up, Trey? Oh, cheers, Trey. Thank you, man. Cleese, we are vigilant. That's right. This is, for my particular thesis, you're seeing everyone has different unique investment styles and so forth, right? But this is how this is how this stuff plays out, right? You have your thesis and you kind of just stick to it for a while. And the ones who are really dialed into their thesis, you just remain vigilant. If the thesis breaks, that's okay. And for starters, if the chart starts to break down, but then if the fundamentals change, and you can reassess. But right now, everything's still intact, and you as Clee says, you just remain vigilant. What's up, Jorge? Welcome back, Jorge. Yeah, so Trey talking about the Ring of the Dead too. Kenny Man, what up, Kenny Man? Should have been 69. Yeah, right, Aqua. Oh, okay. Good luck, Trey. So Trey's gonna go for it on Black Friday. Okay. Nice. Oh, yeah, stream lagging. Look, I don't know why it's lagging. I don't even have anything open right now. Do I got 20? I feel like I don't have that many tabs. Oh, whatever. Okay. Okay, thank you, GameStop. Wasn't slow for you. Just had to, okay. Thanks, Trey. Yep. So okay. So Uber saying the alternative viewpoint here, or one telling us that 3Q was stronger than their dour tone in 2Q applied, and I'd agree they had a dour tone on that on the Q2 conference call, right? You popped. I'm not going to go through it right now, but if you want to check it out, you go to Seek and Alpha, go to transcripts, you can see it right there. And remember, the market sold. GameStop sold off following these earnings. But I agree with you, Uber. There's one potential take that they're kind of telegraphing to us that, hey, this quarter was decent. Their quarter just ended. They reassessed everything in light of their quarter-end balance sheet. They were like, yo, we good to go. Let's pull the trigger on this. We were planning on doing it. We just wanted to see where we ended the quarter up. Let's do this shit. And they did it. And so one of the interpretations is here, hey, maybe they were able to do this because it was a good, maybe even if it were a poor quarter, they were still able to do it, right? We know they had a fat cash balance. So these things are difficult to know. You kind of just talk out loud about this stuff, and then you can assign your own probabilities based on how you're analyzing certain things. But that's definitely one take, is that this was a stronger Q3 than they were indicating in the last conference call. Also, we did see the gaming crushed it in Q3. What was it? Up 24% year over year generally in the industry. And it's been crushing it, right, this whole year. There's the question of how much did GameStop benefit, but perhaps with the pre-orders kicking in, that was enough that maybe that was triggering people to purchase some more stuff at GameStop. It's possible that GameStop did well and much better than what people were originally thinking 3 months ago. We'll see soon enough. Literally, we'll see in a month. But that's what I mean. So that's Uber's point is that they were able to redeem some of it before year end because of that. Potentially. That's all we're saying. Is it spinning for you, Trey? Shit. Let me X out of some stuff, I guess. Bummer. I know I'm way behind, but here, maybe YouTube is really slow. X out of this. I'll bring that back up later. Let's just see. I don't really have much open. Oh shit! Did that work? Shit, that made it work. Sick. Okay. Damn. Whatever. Okay. Yeah. Well, Q4 will be the gangbusters one, right? That will be the big one. To reduce our outstanding debts reflective of our success. Yep, so Polygon quoting this line right here, using cash generated from operations. And of course, most of the cash on their books is generated from operations, right? That's how these businesses work. The only additional cash that would be on the books these days is from the sale leaseback transaction, right? Any small asset sales that they might have done. There weren't too many cash raising financing except for maybe from they had those the borrow, what was it, what was it? Oh, the line of credit. They had the line of credit outstanding there, so that was an additional inflow of cash. But so other than that, it's generally going to be cash flow from operations, right? All this cash again largely generated from operations, so that's what you'd expect. But he says right there is reflective of our success in transforming our business model and marks progress toward positioning GameStop, right? And as far as the market's concerned, or if you're really bearish on GameStop, they say, okay, well, that's good that you say that, Jim Bell. But I still need to see more. I need to see the actual I need to see the actual operating performance, and then I want to see some actual like changes to the business model, a la the Microsoft partnership. You know what I mean? Like but still, that's what you're saying. That's what you say in the PR. Long-term profit growth, right? That's standard language that you'd see here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was James Wang who just posted it. That's right. He was the one talking about that MPD. I think I had seen it earlier today. Someone posted it. Yeah. Was it 20? Oh, yeah. You already called it out. 24%. A quarterly wrap up from MPD says it was the best third quarter ever. Thank you, Tragic Slip. Thank you, Steve Stonk. Yep. GameStop should offer more console units instead of just bundles because the bundles turn off many potential buys. I know that's the thing is that. Damn, is it bugging out? I have it just spinning. Shit. Let me try to, can I get the quality down? All right, see if that helps. I just tried to do something to the, I apologize. I don't think I even had anything open. I just rebooted too. Shit. Oh, you know what it could be? What if I change this? Can I change this midstream? Ah, but a bummer. I'll just keep going. Let me catch up. Stream back? Okay. Oh, sweet. Stream is back now. Yeah, I just scrolled down just to see. Let me know if it's still struggling. Bummer. It sucks when you don't. It's like if you know what it is, you're like, all right, I just gotta do this, do that. But it sucks when I don't know what it is. Okay, keep going. Important conversations happening today. You know that. Stream bugging out. Hey, Justin. Welcome, Justin. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Just wait a bit. If they're limited by number of consoles rather than demand bundles, let them get a higher margin than... Okay. Yeah, that's the thing with bundles. Aligns with managers in action 100%. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. Supply and demand, right? We were talking about this in the past couple of streams. The bundles, it's supply and demand. If people are willing to pay for them, right? That's the thing. Some people are going to be frustrated or disappointed by that, and other people are just going to be like, just gobble it right up. That's right. And Justin saying similar things too, right? Certainly it would be bad if they weren't selling them, right? Then it's like, what are you doing? But they are selling them. BQ3 and then we'll pair those experts like BofA. Yeah, I know, right? Broken in tech. It's working perfectly. Yeah, it's working perfectly for some people, not others. Not just it's multiple. Oh, it's multiple channels. Thank you, Aaron, for letting me know that. I jumped ahead. Hold on, I gotta go up. Oh, glad y'all making fun of me. That I like to see that shit. Okay, got lucky this. Okay, to buy from G is basically the price people with these bundles. Yeah, yep. Q3 could be better than expected, like I was holding out for. Yeah. It could totally be a beat. That's the thing. And then the question remains, but is it priced in? But as more time passes and GameStop builds this base, and then you get incrementally good news by way of like bond redemption type stuff, and the new consoles out, then maybe the market will, like I say, rose-colored glasses. It's almost like it don't even matter if they actually beat whatever the estimates are. I don't even know what they are off the top of my head. The market was just like, all right, this is good enough. This is good enough. Excuse me. Hey, who cares? No, that's the FINRA. The latest short data is the FINRA data. That's legit. I think they lose. Okay, talking about the bundles. Yep. Yep. Just trying to catch up. Trying to go. Not that. I'm just spinning. I'm just spinning on the stream. But let's see if I can get caught up anyway. Two trolls. Yeah, so Aaron's saying his video is that YouTube broke. YouTube broken on West Coast here. Okay, thank you, Alex and Aaron, for letting me know. I'm mostly working for Polygon with some interruptions. Stream's not working for Junior. Cheers, everybody. Sorry, I'm just trying to welcome everybody. Welcome, everybody. David Felton. Sorry, David. Cheers. Happy Wednesday. As best you can with the stream that ain't even playing. Kirby. Eduardo. Eduardo's crushing it for Eduardo. It's not just this video. It's multiple channels. So thank you, Aaron. That makes me feel a little bit better, huh? Polygon, yeah. I'm still in my opening monologue, right? And West Coast stream is fine. Thank you, GameStop. Okay, so at least some people... some people are like, hey, it's fine. And I'm like all over the place, right? So I'm happy for y'all. Um, yeah, no, I did. So, Cleese, I just tried that, like adjusting the stream quality, and it didn't work. Let me try again. Also, it does say stream health, excellent condition, right? Here, let me try. I'm gonna try. Let's see. Can I Damn, can I not change that midstream? I could have sworn I could. Hold on, let me see. Bummer, man. I can edit like the video, but not the what? I could have sworn I could edit the settings. Weird. Unless y'all trying to tell me something. Let me see. Working now, up again. Hasn't worked for me, Sabu, at all. Oh, sorry, y'all. I don't know. And I'm glad I rebooted too, so I kind of know it's not just that. But it sounds like it could be some other streams too. I'll keep going. Bummer. West Coast can't stream is fine. Okay, guess I'm wrong. I was waiting until the third beer. Anyway, Kirby, cheers. We're gonna just dance it. Time to short YouTube. Histrix, what up, Histrix? Okay, back on. Thank you, Aaron. I hope it's staying on. I don't know. Okay, it was first we talked about game. Yeah, we talked about that, Matt. Matt talking about the you were on S3 Partners podcast last week. The low may be in. The charts kind of suggesting that, but we'll see. I can see the point. Talking bundles. Yeah, a lot of conversations on bundles, right? Launchers are meant for bundles. Remember, GameStop has that huge high accessory rate too. I mean, a lot of companies selling bundles, but scalping. Oh yeah, Rob. So Robert, welcome, Robert, saying that I feel the bundles will help with preventing scalping, reselling on eBay, getting the product directly to a real consumer. That's interesting. YouTube down on Twitter feeds. Okay, Alex, thank you for letting me know. I mean, it already sucks enough that it's like lagging, right? But if it's like something that I did, I mean, I'm new to streaming, right? I'm like, oh, I hope I didn't screw it up. Now I'm at least a couple months in. I feel like I have a general idea as to what not to do. Like sometimes keeping the spreadsheets open. So if it's just YouTube, sorry, y'all. We can move to Twitch. I remember there were some investing folks. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, right? With Kitty, welcome. Combine. I know that's the thing. So Combine today. It would be interesting if for like a Ryan Cohen to just remind y'all. Do I have it up? So the latest we heard from Ryan Cohen was his latest amendment. Boom. And the language here, willingness. This is the last we heard from Ryan Cohen. During these conversations, Ryan Cohen expressed his willingness to become more involved in the company under certain circumstances that Cohen believes are likely to produce the best results for all shareholders. Now, it's conceivable that these circumstances might involve a material digital partnership with a major player a la Microsoft and debt reduction. It's conceivable that that's the case. Is it now that maybe he it takes a larger position in GameStop, or if not that, starts talking about the position or is more active in his role as an investor in GameStop? That's not necessarily likely, but as you see incremental news like this, again, since this filing, the Microsoft news and now the debt reduction, I think, okay, that's some serious stuff. We have no idea We have no idea what those circumstances are, and even if they were met, what that means, we don't know. I'm just saying that these are big. These are big news items. If you're a big time investor, not just GameStop, but any company, and you see these steps being taken, you may be like, all right, okay. It could be that he wants to see successful operating performance over a couple of quarters. I have no idea. But I just thought, okay, there's two big things. That originally it was just a Microsoft thing. Now here's two big things. It seems more likely it would be operations related than the strength of the balance sheet. That's what he was checking in on, but I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Hey, Kyle. What's up, Kyle? Can we look at Microsoft and Sony quickly? Yeah, what were they up today? Hey, yeah, that's kind of a big move. Nah, that's not a big move. What's it been doing of the... And not much. What's Sony do? Ooh, oh, no. Yahoo Finance. Yeah, okay, about the same. Oh, a smart run up in Sony. Chart's looking decent. Okay. Just curious how they're, in some of the gaming firms too, how they're reacting. Oh, did you? Let me see. Oh, that was a while back, yeah. Oh, you just put it up now, Rob. I'm going to pull it up, Rob. While how high the short interest remains after GME signaled to the market how strong their Q3 operating performance was, compounded by the MPD. Yep, truly a Titanic type moment with no captain behind. I know. Okay. Thank you, Rod. Let's see what we got here. You got the green line share price, GameStop. Oh, you can't see. Sorry. There we go. Green line. I can't even see. What am I doing looking over there? Green line, stock price. Orange, shares outstanding. Blue, shares short. Oh, this is only for the past, past 2 years or so? Okay. And you can see the share price rise, right? Gradually over the past couple of quarters. I mean, I would say smartly, but gradually in a longer term time frame. And you see the shares outstanding, the step downs, right? Boom, each quarter, right? That's when you get the news. Boom. And but at the same time, that short interest has been rising, and it never really came down. In fact, it's rising right into the rising price and the record low shares outstanding. It's been interesting to track. This has been a good. Thanks for sharing this, Rod. These have been good charts, you know. You think another filing? Lots of big buys. What makes you say that? This stuff. Big buys, big sells today. What do you think? I rarely have that type of conviction. Maybe. There just hasn't been that much volume. Cohen did buy on low volume. Cohen was buying in that August. Remember late August? There was never that much volume. There was that one day, but then not that much thereafter. Boom, boom. It was very low. He was buying. It was low volume that whole month, right? He was just creeping in there. I have no idea about right now though. If you, I mean, y'all might be seeing something I'm not, but. Oh, block buys. Okay, I usually discount that stuff. Okay, Smash saying the same thing. YouTube is down, having intermittent issues tonight. FYI. Cheers, Smash. Thank you to those folks telling me. It makes me feel a little bit better. Watching on my TV, stream won't load on my phone right now. Thank you, Smash. Thanks for the heads up. Kid T, someone on Twitter was confident he was buying him. So, welcome, Malcolm. Welcome. It would be perfect for GameStop to announce Sony partnership tomorrow. So that's what I was talking about. I was thinking that if we were going to have that type of news, that it would be it may be more likely to be announced before. But then I'm sure I said this on the stream last week. But if you announce something week of, that might be the most impactful. It's less likely with each passing week. So now it's here, and it's like if they did announce something, that's what I mean. I thought it was good timing to announce the redemption, because again, you're the most searched. You're one of the most searched things out there, right? And you're front of mind for some folks because it can have an outsized impact on investor sentiment. I mean, if they announced a Sony partnership the day that seems to me unlikely, but if they did, I mean, I wouldn't even know what to say. Will we do an emergency Thursday night stream? As y'all know, people keep on saying Thursdays. That would be something. That would really be something, you know. But it seems yeah, we can hope. Really, and a lot of people think Sony might be the natural one. I have no idea because Microsoft has its own consoles coming out. Could it be there's Nintendo too? Maybe it's a different type of any major announcement would be big. I felt. Okay. Oh yeah, no order number. Yep, I agree with you, David. They continue to appear on the right course. Nope, Dusty made it. Cheers, Dusty. Happy Wednesday. Welcome. We've been having some trouble with the streams. Apparently, all of YouTube is streamed down. This is why you stick with this. Cheers, Kirby. Kirby says, stream down. This is why you need them discs. You need them discs. Oh, you need them discs. It's not on Roaring Kitty's end. Thank you, Polygon. YouTube is down. Search one. Thank you, everybody. It's working for Uber. TV, but not on my computer. But it's weird that it would work on the TV, but not on other things, right? Because you think if it's a YouTube thing, right? Am I thinking about that right? You think if it's a YouTube thing, it would be on any. No, I don't know, but I think y'all know you might know better than me. Kirby, how many beers did I miss? I know. Kirby watching, I'm like, and then it's like, oh, it must be a number of beers deep. Oh, maybe I look like I'm a robot if I'm stuttering on the stream. You know what I mean? The beep beep boop boop. Boop, 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 boop. I don't even, yeah. Oh, yeah, any orders, yeah. David Shealy, what up? Welcome back, David. So, you know, I would have had an order number, but I didn't go through. Bummer. Stream back. Oh, man, it's all over the place. Okay. Talk about the order numbers, yep. Bummer, Trey. Still without a Series X. Hopefully soon, man. That's right. So Kyle talks about price target raises after ER. That's the thing, that there's all these different types of things that would be bullish for my thesis, but even arguably perceived bullish by other market participants. And those price target raises, if they were to happen, it would follow earnings or follow any material announcement like that Microsoft one, or those seem, if things go according as I think they will, those will be coming. It's just it's a matter of time. That's the thing. When you're a longer term investor, you got that time. That's why I always feel it's a bit of an edge. It's a short, yeah. Kirby says it's George trying to take down the channel. Kirby. Thank you, Trey. Jen, what up, Jen? Okay, Jen's going for that PS5 time. What time does it start? Like, do I stand a chance? I'll still try like an idiot, but again, weird. Hasn't worked for you yet. Sorry, Sabu. Not sure what it is. Okay, thank you, Alex. Alex keeps on explaining how it's not working anyway. Joe Zawanu, welcome back. Happy Wednesday, mate. Oh, more than one. Yep. Working fine on Rob's laptop. Okay. Tried to open my iPhone. Got it. Okay. Thanks, Rob. Thanks for letting me know. Or letting everyone know, right? I know everyone's just letting each other know, just so we can. I wonder if it will clear. I wonder if it's like an all-night thing, or if it just. Does this sometimes happen for just like a little bit of a while, but then it fixes itself? Seems like that could happen. We'll just see. Fingers crossed. There we go. Will the stream fix itself before the end of the stream? Uh-oh. That's not good. Nothing's working. Nothing's working. Nothing's happening, huh? It said my sources say no. Okay. Oh, Twitch plays Robin Hood now. Wait, Aquablade, did he? No, that wasn't Cohen, that was Burry. Oh yeah, the Burry tweet. That was interesting, huh? It's since gone, so we can't see it. Where did I? Talk about this shit. I saw it after the oh, right here. Yeah, it's gone now, but he was like, oh, that's what was he talking? He was responding to the Amazon dropping the ball with some of the console things, and I was like, interesting. So I saw that too, Aqua. We'll get updated filings from like Scion and other firms too next week. What's it, 11, 12? Yeah, next week, early next week. So we'll see positions as of September 30th, right? I mean, in the case of GameStop, a lot has happened since September 30th, but still curious to see that shit, right? Oh, y'all don't know. What am I? You see, y'all ahead of me. Y'all know. Chris Roth. What up, Chris? It is a fine Wednesday. Not so much on the stream right now. We're sandwiched between two new consoles. This could be not a holiday, but it's kind of like one of those full moons that only come every 70 years or something. I mean, how often do you sandwich between two brand new consoles? Every 7 years? Like, maybe not 70. Terrible. Oh, Polygon. Polygon says if chat ever gets really out of hand, probably won't tonight, but if it ever squeezes, yeah, you could try turning on 10-second slow mode. Oh, I don't even know what that is. Thank you, Polygon, because obviously sometimes I get out. Say 10-second slow mode. I don't even remember seeing that setting. Must be in the settings for the video or something. Yeah, Thirsty Thursday, Steve, right? Oh, Steve, I can't wait to see yours. Yeah, so Chris saying Thursday stream too. Yeah, it'd have to be pretty big. We'll see. We've had a couple close ones where was it Microsoft announced one on the Thursday and then we waited the next day? I forget. Sometimes you try to keep the riffraff out, you know what I mean? Someone said that. Oh yeah, I mean if I could do it on the stream, yeah. That's a running slip, Trey. Yeah, Trey got me. Oh shit. Okay, so for Chris, stream was working on the phone, on the laptop, had to restart Chrome, currently working on my laptop. Damn. Jen needs some news. Where are we at? 7:58. Oh, what's Futures doing? The all important futures. So important. Flat. Nothing. Oh yeah. So Trey, good idea. Trey says instead of doing the, I mean, I got the instead of the mask tray, right? Trey's like, maybe you don't need to do the mask, just get a little bit of a toy. I like that. That would be easier, right? I actually have the cats. If you've seen the other videos, now my daughter has them, but a robot toy. I like that. That's a good idea. Beep beep boop boop. Because the mask is too much. You know what I mean? This is too much. Who was it? Kirby was saying this is the cause. If you're wondering why we're having a struggle on the stream tonight, it's because these people got involved, right? These people got involved. Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. So, Trey, this is what I feel. This is too much. Well, I can't be doing this every time. We just need to hop something up real quick and go beep, boop, boop, boop. I agree. I think that would be adequate. You know what I mean? Good call, Trey. I'll track something down. I found a ton of cats, which was great. Too many. But now my daughter loves them, so it's perfect. Okay, Cole, welcome, Cole. Short interest down, marginally, right? Short interest, for all intents and purposes, have just been flat. It was crazy to see it above 70, but it's just been flat for the past 2 months. Is it 2 months? I forget. Rod, correct me if I'm wrong. But roughly, we're in that 65 to 70 range, which is just so high. Still got it up? No, I don't have it up. Whatever. I get this up. I closed out of it. There it is. 5% drop. Okay, Super Saucy says his name. Welcome, Super Saucy. Happy Wednesday, mate. He says other streams down too. Okay. Another major host. Okay. This evening, no time. Thank you, Trey. I was wondering about that. So let's talk about the debt repurchase. Blessed Spirit, welcome. But oh, instead of a console. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So Dusty's saying that maybe it's about the... I was wondering if it had to do with the PS5 release, right? Is there any chance of that? I don't know enough about this stuff, but that's what I would... I mean, that's the big news event tonight, right? That's a good... So Polygon says, does the debt buyback raise or lower the % chance of a stock buyback happened in Q3? That's an interesting question. Raise or lower the % chance? That's a good question. Well, I mean, I've thought through this a bit, right? Because I was trying to think through. You'd have to say everything at the margin, right? This type of, but I think this is important analysis to do personally. Even if it has a marginal impact on your thesis, it's important to make the adjustment in your head as best you can, and even talk through it. You know what I mean? And but I would say it reduces. I'd say it lowers the chances by a small amount. And I know the counter is, well, they left about, they still left about $73 million on the table. I get that, but because I lean more toward it was out of a matter of caution. You know what I mean? Like keep a little bit extra cash in the books. But maybe it opens the door for maybe it could be. It's a good question because I don't know the answer, right? You can tell I don't know. But if I had to, I'm usually just lean in one way or another. Like the odds of that buyback had already been kind of low because of what they said in the conference call, and now they followed through with it. And now Q3 is over, just to be clear. And then there's this window where the quarter has ended, but they haven't announced. Sometimes those are blackout periods, right? Companies can get around that, but and maybe perhaps this could have opened the door for purchases following earnings, right? That's a possibility. So I thought through that. This closes December 11th or whatever it is, and they can buy shortly after earnings, just like they did last year after Q2. But if you take, that's the thing, you take 125 million off the books, that's 125 million bucks that could have been used to buy back, and it's not there anymore. So that's why I kind of leave. It's a good question, Polygon, and okay. Yeah, and so Dusty says left some money on the table. Could be okay, yeah, for inventory and the like. That's what I was thinking, Dusty, but that's not I'm like 100% certain of that. That's just kind of what I tend to. I try to be more conservative about some of these things, and like in the worst case scenario, what would it be? You know, I try to think about that stuff. That downside protection, right? I try to err on that side. Okay. Thank you, Alex. Alex says that they're due 11/16. I thought it was almost always. I know that was almost the 15th or earlier, but I'll trust you on that one, Alex. He says updated filings due November 16th. Oh, so maybe that's why they'll be filed on the 15th. Maybe that's it. I don't even know the rule, but okay. So that'll be next week. Cool. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Kitty Oak. Developing YouTube is suffering a massive outage. Is that for real? Is it a massive outage? Let me see. Oh shit! Whew. All right, we'll keep this up. Thank you. Who said that? Kitty. I mean, everyone's been saying that. I appreciate it. YouTube appears to be down. Well, just keep that up. Let me just keep that up this whole time. Oh yeah. Okay, so Rob Wolf saying, going along with what I was saying, Rob Wolf says, is it? I always said Haley's Comet, but then didn't people say it's supposed to be Halley's Comet or something? Oh, and there was a. Did anyone watch Cosmos? Nerd alert, right? I really like those Cosmos shows, but I remember them talking about it was a little bit of a bio on. I think it's Halley. But yeah, I like that. Halley's Comet console sandwich, right? I like that. Good, Rob. That's up my alley. It's up my alley, Halley. I ain't going. Okay. Okay, I'm almost close to being caught up. Am I close to being caught up? Come on, let's try to speed up here. Halley's Comet. Down New York. That's right. I think many folks on here would agree with you, Blessed. The buybacks don't seem like something management wants to do. Not sure how about. Well, sure. My counter to that, Blessed, would be I've said this before, but why did they buy back last year? A significant amount of shares. What do you think of the Oh, I agree, Uber, right? And even better, Uber, if they executed it shortly after they reported earnings last time, in which case they might have been able to buy back 10 or 12 million shares. But I agree with you. Talk about a vote of confidence. Yep. Yeah, I think all of us are in the same boat. It would be nice if they did it. It would have been nice if they did it. Can you imagine? They Microsoft news, the redemption, an announcement of they exhausted their buyback authorization, and maybe they even announce a new buyback authorization at the same time. And then, like I was talking about too, imagine if Ryan Cohen says that, okay, you kind of executed on some of the things I was debating about or thinking about, and now I'm more willing to get involved. Like, remember, he hasn't even talked about this stuff. So, like, those are the types of things. Kind of a, I mean, for some of the longs, seems like a dream setup. You know what I mean? But even however unlikely that is, I was just trying to think through some of that stuff. You can dream, right? Come on, but you always have to weight this stuff, right? A sober analysis of this and be like, what's that really optimistic outlook? What's that scenario look like? And pencil through, assign some probabilities, and then you land on your base case, blah, blah, blah. But I would certainly like to, if they had done it. Not if it put them at risk, of course, right? We would all agree with that. That's the thing. I think we're hoping that they're able to execute without putting themselves at risk, without blah, blah, blah. Y'all know. Oh, Trey. I got something for you, Trey. I have been working on something, Trey. You'll see it soon. It's not quite that, but it's wait. It's hard right here. Oh, I don't think I get that one. Oh, maybe I could add that one though. Okay, I have. Repaint it to be GME. I like that, Trey. Power to the drone fleet. Yeah, 100 million left. Yep. Plenty of cash to do both. That's what I thought too, Justin. Ideally, they bought shares here. This is where they ideally bought shares. I know, Justin. I mean, we'd all agree with this, right? Because if they were to have bought back shares, it was right here. They announced this night, sold off. I keep on thinking like 2 days. Usually you don't, not usually. I have no idea. I was just like a 2-day window before you might start executing. Then so they could have bought back below 7, below 8. It wasn't that cheap for very long. It was 4 days. That's the thing. Those immediate bearish takes following earnings did not age well at all. So they could have bought back this whole time, though. 8s, 9s. This is the time to do it. And again, they did it last year, immediately after earnings. It would just be, again, even if not likely, it would have been sick if they did it. That's all. We'd all say the same thing. Then debt buyback afterwards, right? Yeah, I think it is standard to release at earnings. Yeah, that's what I think. Okay. They did both, and the gaming number is good. Want to move to it. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if they did that, there's a lot of things that could happen through the end of the year that could be super bullish. Doesn't mean they're gonna happen, but that's why I keep on, when I kind of go beep beep boop boop, I'm like, oh shit. Hey, that's the face from that's the Ocean, that's the Burries 11. That's the Burries 11 head. Holy shit. I didn't even know that. Wait a second. When did I do that? Oh! It is! It's the same one! Wait, is it a triangle? No, it's the same one! You believe that shit? Red thing? Oh yeah, because I cropped it. That's incredible. What the hell are the odds of that? That's nuts. All right. Yeah, you see that polygon, Sard? You believe that shit? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's the same damn one. I didn't know if the stream was the whole thing. It's the same one. It's the same one. It's definitely the same one. It's a triangle nose. Come on. It's even got the same mouth. That must be some like standard robot type thing versus the beep boops. Yeah, Polygon, huh? All right, let me go. I just jumped out. Okay, where am I? I was close to being caught up. Okay. Those funds already settled separately, or is it eating? It's, yeah, through the cash on the hand. Yep. Okay, Sabu's up. He's ready to run. Oh, is it working? Oh, I don't see it spinning. Is it holding up okay? This is the longest I've seen it go, 10 seconds, but even still, okay, maybe we're going. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Justin's saying just maybe all of us, myself included, kind of think through, well, it'd be nice if they exhaust the full 100 million, but why not just 20 million? Someone said that a while back, too. Why not just half of it or something? That's a fair point. Okay, might not be able to restart it. Okay, Polygon, got it. Won't fiddle with it. Yeah, Daniel, they're trying to take down the stream. Nah, no way, kid. No way. We got this. It could be scooping them up before below 11, yeah. Yeah, that's right. So who cares? Says how can you determine if a block trades or a buy? That's right. That's what I mean. That's why I discount. I personally, I don't know enough about it, so I have to discount it. For these big buys, there are sells. There could be a bunch of small sells to a large buy, but I don't know enough. I can't see that stuff. I have no idea, so I have no choice but to discount some of this stuff. Yeah, so and Trey says, why buy back now with potentially rising stock price? Because it's conceivable that it still continues to trade at a significant discount, and that's when you should execute these buybacks. So long as you can still execute, you have enough cash to execute on your other fronts, that, from a capital allocation standpoint, is a good thing to do. And that's what Burry was trying. In Burry and Hestia and Permit, this is what they were talking about. But again, you can't just satisfy shareholders. You need to make sure you can satisfy all the folks. And obviously, if you put GameStop in harm's way by executing the buybacks, then you wouldn't want to do that, right? Even if you're a shareholder, you wouldn't want them to do that. But it's a balancing act to a degree. But as long as the stock price remains, it's not as discounted as it was. That's the big thing. That's what I would have liked if they bought back in July and August. That's right. As Polygon says, to Polygon's point, if you believe in the turnaround thesis, this might be the lowest the stock goes in many years. It's true. This market cap, look at the market cap, 760 million. And here's the balance sheet. They had about 735 million in cash. Yes, there are liabilities. We all know this. And operating needs, blah, blah, blah. But it could be. If it succeeds, that's what Polygon's saying. If it succeeds in turning around, this could be the cheapest that you see in quite a while. And that's because it will be reverting to a much higher fair value. So yeah, Dusty just said the same thing. Could have happened sub 10 right after earnings. That's what I was hoping for, Dusty. Hoping for. Doesn't mean I think that they did it, but short volume stuff. I'm not looking at that too much too. Okay, don't refresh the stream. I did, and it's not working. Oh, geez, sorry. Who cares? Okay, it looks like it's holding up okay on mine. I don't know what that means, but yeah, Polygon been super quiet, that volume. It's a thing. Like yeah, I don't know. No Fox tonight. Yeah. Oh, your base case is 10 to 20 million more. That's your base case? Oh, that's specific. 10 to 20 million. Ooh, that's a tight range. I like it. Yeah, so Polygon's saying, if you look at the chart that Uber posted, I still got it up. I guess not. But that's the thing, that they don't have an immediate impact on price. That's not how that works. It would be sometimes the market doesn't care about those buybacks, but then they do. You know what I mean? Like, it's because the other stuff is outweighing the impact that buybacks would have, right? That's value investing. This shit takes time for it to manifest by way of a higher price. You wouldn't necessarily expect an immediate price correction. No, I know. So Polygon, I didn't even realize. Talk about there's a Murphy. I didn't even realize this when I got it. Someone pointed it out like a couple of months ago now that it was the Roaring Kitty versus the robots. Yeah, I didn't even realize that shit. Okay. Sorry, with Kurt on the board. Yeah, Kurt. Yeah, minority though. Wouldn't authorize a plan during the quiet period, then announce bomb back. Okay. Purchase of shares, then bomb back. I know that would have been sick. That's why that would have been sick if they did it. Can't hack a GME stream. Got that right, Trey. Yay, yay! Okay. Get earnings. Earlier pre-orders located debtors reduced and the share count reduced by another 2 million. 2 million shares? Oh, I'd hope more than that if they did it. Where am I? Oh. Almost there. Wouldn't know until they announce. I believe, yep. Yep. Buyback. Don't. Just conversations. Not until the end. Yeah, it would be brilliant if they did. I agree. Right. Yeah, if they did the full, it'd be it could be up to 12 million if I recall correctly. But it seems 8 to 10 is probably more reasonable if they fully exhausted at opportunistic times. Wait, why couldn't they have purchased that much? Why couldn't they have purchased $100 million worth? What did I miss? Impossible. Oh yeah, I'd like to hear that, Justin. How is that impossible? Okay, who cares? It's working for who cares? 6. Okay, seems like we might be up and running again. That's good. So that answers my question. I was wondering if it was like going to be down for the night or something like that, but that's good they could regroup. These days, you'd expect they'd be able to fix it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's just jumped ahead. The covenants, right? Yeah. What are you talking about? Was there? Do you mean right now, or you mean in? I'd have to double check. Okay, let me go back up. Be huge plus reduced debt. Coming, that would be a little bit more aggressive. Right, they could have opened the door for more aggression. Yep, be a bold move, clever as hell. The balance sheet's gonna look great after Q4. Balance sheet's gonna look terrific. That was a big part of those Gamestop videos I did, right? That the balance sheet is it could subsidize this turnaround. You could still say that maybe it's not going to happen, but to suggest that they're not going to have an opportunity to do it, it's just silly. The balance sheet is going to look incredible. That's what I think. Then you get the right folks involved, board and management and so forth. Opportunities there. Reduce stores. Yep. Wait. Reduce stores, reduce debt, massive cash inflow. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. This would be the way to make a statement on Q3. Yep. Before Q4. That's right. I mean, if they did it on a Q3, absolutely. If I were Walmart buying consolidate. If I were calling, I'd be enjoying myself. Yeah. Walmart gains. Yep. They got the data, right? Yeah, I don't know about Walmart, but an Amazon. We had Microsoft first, and then maybe an Amazon. That was the other one I tossed up. I had asked this last time. Was there any others? But not really. Those would be the two. It's not likely, but like a Walmart. I don't think that makes sense. Okay. Oh, well, good luck, Hugo, huh? Shit. Travel to the capital of Peru for a strike where we will fight the police. Wow, good luck, Hugo. No joke, seriously. Wow. Yeah, I hope not too, Hugo, huh? Wow. Lima. Shit, good luck, Hugo. Stay safe out there. I hope you accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, but stay safe for sure. Jeez. I'm gonna look up what's going down. See, I'll see if I can find something something recent, Hugo. Oh, I found it. I got something from the Washington Post. Okay, I'll take a peek at that later. Boom. Boom. Okay, I'll check this out. Good luck, Hugo. Seriously. Bond ratings, yep. Just saying I have to look at the bond ratings. Specific covenant was, yeah, it's been a while since I took a peek. Yeah, used to. Yeah, Marzenchi, thank you. We were struggling all night tonight. We saw this, so we were like, all right, we're getting no more percentage PS5. I'm not being any bundles. Sounds like they need the cash to avoid a potential downgrade. No, I can't see the link. Yeah, that yeah. Service is down, guys. Don't exit the screen or else. Oh, Marzenchi. Oh, you're bringing us up to date. This is the latest. Don't exit the screen or else toasted. Thank you. Someone else was saying that too. Don't refresh. I think it was Who Cares. Who Cares was saying that. See if I can get that going. Damn. Oh, there we go. Boom. Okay. Yep. Okay, yeah, that worked. Wait, what page? Yep. Oh, yeah. Let me. Can I display? I can display this. Yeah, let me bring it over. Hold up. I got it, Justin. Boom. Boom. Thank you, Justin. The YouTube servers are down, like totally. Thank you, Marzenchi. Gonna be. I'm surprised the stream's still going. You know. People posted how YouTube servers are running. Okay. What page? 59? Oh, hold on. Wait. Let me do senior notes to sites. Bring it over there. It's half the internet for me. How? Oh, it's the internet. Oh, so is it broader? I can only see cat. Oh, chat. You can only see the chat. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Chat. Okay. Yeah, that was happening earlier. If there's a builder basket of options dependent on a number of things, inventory for the ABL, cash levels, and net income that is generated quarterly. Yeah, because the government fired our president. Thank you, Hugo, and put a very stupid one. So we are fighting. Good. Oh, good for you. Good luck, Hugo. Oh, I'm gonna copy paste that. Give me some context as I read that shit. Based on the combined factors, they have ability to execute various investments in the business, including share purchases, acquisitions. Yeah. I only get the stream and Facebook. Every other site is down. Holy shit, Dusty. What the hell's going on? PS5. How big is PS5? How is it going to impact GameStop? No shit, huh? Did you say page 59? Thank you, Justin, for pulling out those pieces there. Do we get? Is this it? I understand some of these words. Oh shit. Because they're paying the data, so they sure shall be interested. Is it? Oh, the beginning. Okay. I was gonna say that didn't seem. I'll have to dig back into this. Oh. Oh. Oh wow, everything's down. GME crash. It's like oh boy, good luck, Hugo. Oh, be safe, Hugo. Damn. GME crashing. Too many people. Fortune. Everything. Oh, those were up. Okay. No, they're down for Dusty. Oh, can I Twitch stream? I was joking about that earlier, Marzentry. I had looked into that. Okay, thanks, Justin. Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll happily. It's been a while since I've dug back into this, right? And what a lot of this stuff too. I think you even used this word, Justin. Like some of this stuff is like fluid. It's like they have a little bit of flexibility in ways. And I'm not an attorney on some of this stuff. I just use my best judgment in interpreting some of the language that I read, and I'm like. And at the end of the day, I always feel like you can get around certain things, and I'm like, does this, unless it's like really abundantly clear that certain things are restricted and blah blah blah. I'm like, Marzentri, but I don't have a Twitch account. I had looked into Twitch originally, but I don't have a Twitch account right now. Sorry about that. Can do Google searches, but nothing opens. That's crazy. PS5's greater than Xbox. I said what I said. Oh, hey, Jen, if you hadn't seen it, there's an article by Ty Kim in Bloomberg published today, I think, comparing PS5 to Xbox. Kind of agreed with you. Okay, 62. Are we looking at debt-related stuff, not share purchases? And check out 67. No 1440 or better at launch is deal breaker on PS. No 1440. Oh, for PS5. Wow. Okay, sorry, Marzentri, it's back. Okay, 67. Okay. Limitations on liens, limitations on asset sales. Well, what's interesting is what's interesting, Justin, is their use of the language that it was Section X. But as I'm going through, it's interesting that it was cash not from asset sales, but from operations. You know what I mean? In light of this, when I just see this like limitations on asset sales in the cash derived thereof. Okay, page 67. Section X, page 67. Okay. Right here. Okay. What's the intro though? The foregoing restriction shall not apply to any restricted payment that falls into any or one of... Okay, foregoing restrictions should not apply to any of the restricted payment that falls into any one or more of the following clauses. Go to X. Or purchases... Can you see that? Purchase shares, Robson's common stock will make payments with respect to... Hmm. $67 straight. Oh, it's up. Okay, thank you, Super Saucy. Thank you. Okay, we're good. We're ready to run. 666. Cool. We're looking at 67, 68. All YouTube down. But Roaring Kitty still. Let's go. We gotta do this. Roaring Kitty crew. Okay, yeah, Jen, I think you could. I think it's you could Google that. Okay, I think the builder basket comments I had before is the best possible summary of this document. GameStop definitely could have purchased more than 10 million, but not 100 million. 10 to 20 makes sense. I need to. I don't know. I need to I'll have to reread this. Like I need context for this section. What even is A and B? Where's A? Oh. Okay. Limited and restricted payments. Yep. The issuer shall not make and shall not permit any restricted subsidiary to make directly or indirectly any restricted payment if at the time of and after giving effect to such proposed restricted payment. unused amounts. Well, it couldn't be 10 to 20. But if I'm reading this right, Justin, it can't even be 10 to 20. It says it can't exceed 10 million in any calendar year. And then it can be carried over to get to 20 million next year. But you could only get to 20 million next year. You can't even get to 20 million this year. At least for this. I still need more context. I got to review this. You know what I mean? Am I reading that right? So she'll acquire shares of common stocks provided that the aggregate amount of such a purchase shall not exceed 10 million in any calendar year. That would be 2020. With unused amounts in any calendar year carried over. All right, I gotta review this. Okay, Justin, what's up? What am I missing? I mean, this is also the right move for the long term. Am I missing something? Am I missing something embarrassing? Probably. Okay, got it. Interesting. We know soon enough, you know what I mean? Cheers. We'll know soon enough. Okay, perfect. That's right. Yeah, we wouldn't know that. But that's even helpful for this, right? Okay. Which even goes against, which kind of goes against this. But that's the thing. That's why even if I read a single paragraph, I still need to like back up and I need to be like context. Because I just read this paragraph, I'm like, you can't even exceed the 10 million, you know? Yeah, okay. It's not simple enough. It's like you need like remember The Big Short where they're like, I don't even think the attorneys read these things. You know what I mean? That's why if your thesis hinges on the language in some of these things, right? You better be well versed in how to interpret some of this, what many would consider just boilerplate, boring language. But you better damn understand. For the ABL cash net income. Okay, you're right. Fluid, as you said, fluid. It's a good word in this context. How would rollovers apply from the comments in the predecessor bonds are part of, or are they completely severed? Right. That's right. Yeah, as I recall, that's right. As I recall, they're still junk, aren't they? It's crazy. Look at the rating. It's nuts. And this was, as we all know, this was a matter of time, right? The question was when it was going to happen. Do I still have it up? Yeah, 2021's gone. Yeah, crazy. Do I get it? Oh, I don't get it up. It was like, it's like C? B minus. Oh, has it already? B minus and B2. Has it been upgraded? No, that might have been right. Yeah, so these were low 90s in July and August, and then here we are here. So it's just a matter of time, right? You'd have to think. And so that's the other thing, which we didn't even get into, right, Justin? We didn't even really talk about that. I was talking about incremental institutional interest based on a reduction in the short-term debt, right? But there's these other impacts as well, right? I suppose the rating of the remaining balance of the outstanding debt, but also, as Justin's pointing out, the rating of these, right? It has this cascading effect all throughout, all over the place. Oh, is it back up? Given the macro situation, maybe one of the few upgraded bonds. That's true, yeah. How would that be? They're already rated at B minus. What is extra for to? Hey, EO, conspiracy again. Thank you, EO. Yeah, YouTube is back. YouTube is back. Raul, welcome. What did I miss? Gats can see the video now. Okay. Cheers, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're still going ham here. Let's go. Okay. So why did Gamestop our personal remain? Yeah, it was okay. With crediting buyback 125 hits this EBITDA and he will upgrade evening Gats. So they may have bought back 125 with an objective. And doing the extra 73 would have... That's true. That's what I was thinking. I wasn't so much thinking about the impact on the rating per se, but that's what I was thinking. Okay, I can see this. That's a good point. That's a good point, Justin. I like that. Is that the diminishing returns, right? Diminishing returns on the actions that they're taking. That's a good point. That I don't know, and I hits that. Get the upward. Okay. Indeed, and then why don't outlay it unless you gotta weigh the impact of the interest expense and so forth. But if it's not worthwhile, you don't do it. You don't pay it off just to do it unless it's worth it. It could be more effectively leveraged in other ways. That's true. I was trying to think through a whole bunch of ways that they might hold off, right? The simplest one for me was just that they just wanted to keep a little bit extra, but it definitely could make sense that it's for more like advanced reasons. You know what I mean? Jorge, okay, Jorge's back. That's right. So what Super Saucy said, that was just my default. What's the most basic explanation? Simplest one. Occam's razor, right? Yes. Gat's just here for the chat. Whatever, kitty. Whatever, kitty. All right, so 23rd after December. Yeah, well, you'd have to agree with. I'd agree with that, Justin. Right? That's another one of those like someone talked earlier about analyst upgrades, but like the credit upgrade. And it's another great point of where some of the larger institutional investors, this might not even hit their radar, not because of just the short-term debt, but because of the credit rating of the longer-term debt. It's a great point. That size of the company, the secular risks, the credit rating on the bonds, and just how much is outstanding. We keep on talking about the strength of the balance sheet, but you got to put yourself in the shoes of people who analyze companies in different ways, and they're very particular about the types of companies they're willing to invest in. So, while for like the broad market, immediate knee-jerk reaction is like, yeah, whatever, this can have a long-term impact on the on investor interest, especially from larger investors. Work down before video. Okay. So the chat was work. Thank you, Jorge. Okay. 20 teams make more sense based on the strong, proactive management thesis. That's right. I agree with you, Gats. I've been of this opinion for a while now, right? That like this type of thing is just showing that management is capable. They continue to execute, which is what we've been saying a while. But now they're kind of like they're showing the rest of the market that it's they're I don't know not yet. I keep on saying like within 12 months I think we may look back and be like other people will be like, all right, they knew what they were doing. Keep the extra cash at all times, right? Yeah. It's a good point, Justin. Yep. If the 2020, 25, yeah, I don't know how much of that is their focus, right? That upgrade, but if I agree. I mean, if that's the case, what's the marginal impact? Who cares? Well, why pay it off? Again, it would result in a reduced interest expense, and it's imminent, right? It's coming due anyway, so it has to be done. But why not do it right now? Maybe preserve a little bit extra cash for whatever reason as the new consoles, as we're in it right now, and hit it. It's true. That's right, most effectively. Most efficiently, I was saying effectively. Yep, buyback 21, small share, get it upgrade, buyback remain. Yep. Okay. Yep, they told us they were planning on retiring that dirt early, right? We can even get it right here. Did I get it up? There we go. Right here. With regards to roughly $200 million remaining of the 2021 notes, we anticipate redeeming those bonds over the course of the coming months. between now and the maturity date, right? I mean, I know there's only a couple months left, but and then he was asked it further. He was asked it later. Yes, yeah, our intention is to select points between now and the end of, well, I guess it's March 24th, which is the maturity date. So that is certainly our intention. We're not providing any further guidance, right? They said they were going to do it. Okay, okay. Even though we would all, this makes a ton of sense, and a very good change from the previous burnings of cash. You're right. Yeah, that's right. All else equal, you want it to go faster, but that's exactly. I don't know. I don't know about acquisition. That seems less like in time, but to date, I don't know, because they've been pretty anti-acquisition so far. It's possible. I thought maybe down the line they get to that point, but right now it's just because the consoles are the focus. But we'll have to see. Is this news bad? No, it's good news, Jorge. It's good news. Debt covenants applied to acquisitions too. Spencer just tweeted about the successful launch. Thanks, Uber. Until you retire the debt. Okay. Until you get the debt upgraded. Okay. Yeah. Nervous about the acquisition, right? I think most people would be. Yeah, I'd agree. If they did do it, which I don't think is likely, but I agree. If they did do it, it'd be what Justin's saying, is it would be small, it'd have to be hyper relevant, and it'd have to be immediately profitable, which I think that would be tough to implement right now. Something digital on mobile. Be really yeah, I don't think it would be mobile either. Peripherals, I'm sure. When is Xbox? Too Many Kids 4. Welcome, Too Many Kids 4. Okay, caught up. Yeah, I only need the stream to break down for me to catch up, right, Polygon? The Xbox, I think they're all going to be restocked on a regular basis, I think. But I'm not the right person to ask. I'm not so sure. Okay. I wonder. Can upgrades? No, it can't really happen. I was gonna say, can you have credit upgrades mid-quarter? You know what I mean? I mean, the redeeming of over $100 million in debt seems like a material event where it could trigger a review. Maybe not, because the financial statements that they're going off of are now 2 months out of date. So probably not. But just curious. Yeah, talking about Cohen, right? What's Cohen up to, huh? What's Cohen up to? I was working on a new thing that I'll roll out soon, but it was how I think Cohen's first interviews will look like. I'll send that out soon. Yeah, retails will be stock weekly. Some for Black Friday, right? Trey said he's going to try to get some on Black Friday too. I got to try to get some here, you know? Okay, with all the extra share price, shorts covering, they can buy. Yeah. I know, right? Maybe, Daniel. Think there's a good chance? Oh, I don't know about that. That'd be great. It'd be timely, I'll tell you that shit. Right? I mean, this is the week. People are talking about your store. You're literally one of the most searched items out there. This is the week to do that, but I have no choice but to continue to think any particular week it's unlikely. But as more time passes, at the same time, the odds tick up, right? I think. Yeah. You're speculating, I'm speculating. I don't know. But I was just thinking, time has passed now, and what I was saying earlier to Justin, is that language. Did I still got it up? This language here is we don't know willingness under certain circumstances, but things like the Microsoft partnership and things like short-term debt reduction, not crazy things, but those are definitely major things that could be. Those are the circumstances that I was kind of looking for. It could be, like I said before, too. It could be maybe he wanted to see execution on the operations side of things, see how Q4 does. But those are big things. Those are two big things that we've seen happen since this was reported. So I was thinking about that. I'm like, all right, these are pretty big things. So maybe we would hear something soon. Not particularly likely. Pure speculation on my parts. Pure speculation. But 2 months have passed, right? Is it 2 months? Yeah, over 2 months. And could be never says anything, but I doubt that. And then, so it's more for me just a question of timing and what these circumstances are. I don't know. First someone's buying. All right. I mean, because of the blocks, I don't know about that. Because of the block buying, maybe. I don't know enough about this. I make no mistake, but I just tend to. I mean, I'm gonna give you props. if there is, because I can't see anything. That doesn't mean, you know what I mean. And just to be clear, it's not like you need tremendous volume, as Justin has said, and we just discussed earlier here, is that you don't need tremendous volume to be acquiring shares. You can do it very discreetly. It can be done. It can be done. He was buying where the last couple of weeks in August, and they were all very low volume days. Senvest Bar, yeah, it could be. I mean, Bari one seems unlikely to me, but Senvest could be. Yeah, it can be done. Yeah, that's why. So it's not like I don't think that you need high volume or anything. But this is what I mean, like Justin. I just can't see it. I've the block buy stuff. I have tended to discount over the years. Maybe because people have talked about it and nothing happens. It could be you're more dialed in and that you are seeing stuff that I can't. Like analyze data that where I wouldn't have conviction in forming an opinion on that stuff. But it'd be a good time. Maybe following, would it have started today? That would be my question. Would it have started today? Like, why buy now? Nothing's changed in the past month. Nothing's changed materially. We're at the consoles, and then the the redemption yesterday. Okay, so starting today? Okay, so is it today that's sticking out? Okay. In that case, then it would be the debt redemption. Yeah, it would be the debt redemption. All right. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, are you seeing this too? Kind of validating what we're seeing here? Wait, who? Sorry, keep going. Steve Stuck. Keep going. Yeah, Cohen's been silent. Paying off the debt to no, probably not to. I don't think that's what they're doing, Jorge. Makes you far more attractive. They might prefer the cash till next quarter's release. See if there's a new buyer. No, they'd have to file. Depends on who and what threshold it could be. Right, depends on the threshold. Agree interested to see who has been blocked buyers. Could have been a qualifier. Okay, I'm back. I'm back to the front. I'm here. Yeah, right. I'm gonna talk about the 20K. Oh no. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I didn't realize you'd already commented. No. I trust you on seeing the block. It's the impact of them. You know what I mean? Like where you're deriving meaning from it, and I can't. They don't mean anything to me. Okay, I'll check. Thank you though. I appreciate you even sharing that you saw it. I see other people share stuff too about block type stuff, and I like the sells versus the buys. Are they a collection of small sales to one single buyer? Is it a market maker acquiring those shares for their own inventory so that they can in turn redistribute them? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's above my pay grade. That's all I mean. That doesn't mean that there's no tea leaves to be read there. I just I don't know what to make of it. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay. Interpret the irregularity and timing of it. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. 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 See, I didn't know. Okay, you're saying no, it's not a collection. Okay. Okay. That's even help. You know what I mean? Like I'm not dialed into that. So that's one thing I think about, right? That's one variable. I'm like, well, have we accounted for that aspect? Obviously, for every buy, there's a seller on the other side of that. It could be one major seller. It could be a collection of small sellers. Most frequently, I'm thinking it could be a market maker, especially in a company that is this heavily shorted. There is just so much float out there. There's so many shares trading hands, and I don't even know about I I don't know. You know what I mean? Like there's so many variables, moving parts. So I'm like I get confused, and I'm like I don't know what to make of this. And in particular, block buys. Not you, Justin, but other folks have talked about it a bit. And I'm like, was there anything there? And I didn't see. And then nothing really came of it. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. A lot of these times, a lot of these things, people will toss out variables, and I'm like, well, I discount that. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just I haven't. This stuff has been talked about over the years, and nothing has come of it. And in my experience, I just tend to discount that stuff. But like I keep on saying, it could be. We'll look back on these streams and be like, shit, that was meaningful. That this happened or that happened, and I just couldn't appreciate it in real time because I didn't have the expertise to form a judgment on it in real time. But that's just that I'm at capacity with certain aspects. Regularity and timing, yeah. Carolina is the rest. Okay. Sell myself. Oh, thank you, Kitty. I appreciate that. I said being traded are just synthetic shares. Okay, so Ryan's saying just the synthetic shares. I don't know. Option, and then you got options. That's the thing. When I think about these market makers, they're dealing in all these types of like derivatives, and then the actual securities themselves. It's so messy for someone like me. You know what I mean? Like I always try to err on the side of conservatism. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to get. First of all, we're just talking, right? We're not forming strong opinions about this stuff, right? That's we're all in the same boat on that front. But historically, with my own analysis, if I can't get a firm grip on something, or if I don't have much confidence, then like it's hard for me to weigh it heavily. You know what I mean? As a variable. It's not to say some of this stuff isn't going to be meaningful or impactful, but I just have no choice because of ignorance or whatever it is. But I like the conversation. You know what I mean? Because then now we can see. Because imagine if we get a filing. Because if we get a filing this week or next week, then I'm going to be like, damn. You know, like it could change my thinking in real time. So this is a stream is educational for all of us, but even for me. But like, oh, you know, like that GIF from The Wire. He's like, oh, was it Weebay? Weebay. Someone called the last. Oh, whoa, okay, Kitty. Someone called those 13Ds. Can you point me in that? Can you point me in that direction? I didn't see that. I'd be curious about this. Here we go. So Kitty's saying that over the years, he says someone called the last two 13Ds. Someone called Ryan Cohen's 13D. If you got a link, shoot it my way. I will look at it. I didn't see it. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. I just didn't see it. And was it a result? And on what basis was it forecasted? You know what I mean? It needs to be explained. Otherwise, it could just be a guesswork, and anyone can just toss it. Anyone can just guess these things. You at least need to say, I think this is going to happen, and here's why. It was who? Whom? Whom? Well, yeah. Oh, you responded. I didn't. Where was it? It was for who forecasted it? Where was it forecasted? Where did they pin it to block? You know what I mean? I didn't. Okay. I'll look into that. I'll try to track it down. I will. Does that affect? Okay. What do you say? What was that last one? Based on price at Cohen? I don't know about Cohen was obvious. It wasn't up that much. I mean, it was only up. You know what I mean? Like, when did he start to buy? Since mid. Hey, Johan, welcome back. Welcome back. It was only up about a buck or something like that. It wasn't obvious. It wasn't obvious that someone was buying, but it looked interesting because it was up quite a bit. And I can't speak to the block buys aspect. I have no clue. Senvest on SA the day it happened. And what about Cohen, Kitty? You said past two 13Ds, right? So it would be, I assume you talk about Cohen and then Senvest. And one other thing I'd toss in there, who cares? And that's not to say that whoever forecasted it, this is the case. There were lots of people talking about 13Ds following Ryan Cohen because of the price action following his 13D in the amended 13D. So lots of people were talking about, let's hope for a 13D, let's hope for a 13D. So that's what I mean. It would have to be a legitimate forecast grounded in, like, if they said, I saw these block buys, this or that, and then I expect something imminently, then I'd be like, okay. You know what I mean? Just something to consider that I think about too, like these block things. It'd be one thing. Oh, okay. Oh, it was him? Oh, okay. We'll keep an eye on this. Okay. I'll just say that lots of people were talking about potential 13Ds following Cohen, and if that was pinned to block buys too, that's cool. I don't know, and terrific. And then if it happens here, then you got me on board. Now I'm like, you what is it? You had my curiosity, but now you got my attention. You know what I mean? So good. So you gave me some context there. I'll try to track that down too. See what I can find. If it was day of, that's helpful for me because then I at least have a date so that I can try to track down. But cool. This will be curious to see if there's anything. What is it? 11th? Probably next 2 weeks. This week or next 2 weeks. It'd be nice to get it this week, right? Just with all that's going on. That'd be sick. That'd be sick. Okay. Looks like they may actually line up. In Buto Lithium, welcome. Oh, Super Saucy, what lines up? Did I miss something? You don't mind yourself sending celebrity Xboxes. GME should send. Yeah. It's not about being up. It's about the reaction to major short dumps. If someone is calling out 10 times and they hit it once, I don't care. That's right. So, exactly. That's right. And then if someone calls it out twice and it happens once, I agree with you. Completely agree. That was my point, Kitty. That's all I was saying. If no one says anything, but then they say it once and it happens, boom, that's more meaningful to me, right? We're on the same page on that front. And so I agree with you. That's why depending on who it came from and how many times that had been forecasted and it actually came to fruition, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. That's all. But even still, if it happens now, I'm going to be like, okay, this was talked about. This was discussed. You know what I mean? Then I might be more intrigued, right? Because I'm like, then I'll be like this. I'll be like, shit, I gotta learn about that. Because there were tea leaves to be read, but I just didn't even know that. I just thought they were leaves I'm supposed to rake up. You know what I mean? I didn't think there was anything there. Oh well, yeah, Raul. Short squeeze. You need some fundamental news. I wouldn't worry too much about the short squeeze too, but the fundamentals will take care of the price action, right? You don't need that as long as you have we all have different investment styles, Raul. Mine is a longer term, and for mine, you don't need that type of squeeze type stuff for stuff to happen. And I use even the recent price action as an indication that the stock has tripled and short interest has only gone up. I believe that's true. Or flat, you know what I mean? It's been roughly flat. So those things are hard to predict, but the fundamentals still take care of itself. If they unfold as many of us think they're going to unfold in this chat here, then the price will rise. Doesn't matter what happens with the shorts. But of course, if it happens quick, that's terrific. There's still, I just say, there's still the potential for that to happen, right? Even if it's not likely, there's still the potential for something to happen. If that's your question, you know what I mean? I said it's so sure it's not going up. I agree with you. Yeah, so I guess the same question. I get the same question, Raul. They're super, super confident in their thesis, and I can't answer that. You know how Microsoft said Raiden wins. Toasty. Oh, I can do it. I can be it. Watch this. Toasty. Oh shit, that shit's funny. I forget which side of the screen he came from. Did he come from the left-hand side or the right-hand side? I can't even remember. Oh damn. Pointed out a cup and handle. Idaho reporter pointed out a cup and handle structure from February 2019 to now. Strong indicator of a bull run. 2019? Whoa, February 2019. What the hell? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. Well, you don't have the handle yet, though, right? You don't really have a handle yet. You just got a big-ass cup. But, yeah, if it keeps going up, that's bullish. Oh, shit. Would there be any come to Jesus moment for the short thesis holders if the 3Q pans out as we're sensing? Yeah, what do you think, Uber? Do you think you could do it from Q3 alone? I don't think so. I don't think so, short of Q3 performance being paired with something else. I don't think, you know what I mean? Because that's prior to, I mean, maybe Q4 performance. I don't know about if you think Q3, I'd be curious because as we talked about, what we think that their long-term thesis is based on, the Q3 isn't going to be a reflection of that. I mean, if they crushed it, maybe, but I don't think that if they crush, I mean, this is your question. You say, I mean, you're kind of getting at if they crushed it, maybe, as we're sensing. It'd have to be paired with other stuff like buybacks or something, like, and serious buybacks, but Cohen or something. But even Cohen, they don't care about Cohen so far. They don't give a shit. But if he talked about it more and said had some firm plans as to what he's going to do, or I don't know, I think it's more about the switch shells were nuts in 3Q and GameStop has lead. Okay. It'd have to be a crush. It'd have to be eaten. You know what I mean? Like for it to really have that impact. Because I think they're so confident. I think they're so confident. You know what I mean? 137%, 67 million shares short. Like I don't think it'd have to be huge. I think. I like the question. Right now, you're getting us actually thinking about that Q3. I keep on discounting it. If it were paired with other stuff. Or stuff that's announced even prior to then. That'd be nice. I don't know. Good question. Good question. Shareholder vote. Probably the year prior, Alex. The last shareholder vote before the Hestia and Permit one was probably the year prior. Be a hedge gone wrong. Yeah, hedge gone wrong. We were talking about that. Who cares if it's not really? I think it's probably this level of conviction seems like it's grounded in some long-term bearish fundamental thesis. But indeed, I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure who's on the other. That's why I keep saying beep beep boop 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 boop. Who know? What do you say? The parallels to ODP are undeniable. ODP, the ticker. Was that Office Depot? Search one. I missed the 90s. Oh yeah, with the Mortal Kombat. Yeah, and this is gonna be a record too, right? You're kidding me, Timothy Thomas. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Really? Oh, but is it me? It's not me, is it? Oh, damn. Welcome, Timothy. Tell this fine young gentleman that I say hello. That's all right. Cheers, Timothy. Oh, that's a hoot, huh? We had to have some news. All right, Jorge. I think maybe you did say that, Jorge. I kind of forget. I think you might have said that, but this get 15 off the Q3. Yeah, well, Aqua, you get some good news. I think we're set up to bounce. This isn't a good place, contrary to what maybe short-term investors think. This isn't a good place that we're in right now. So some good news. You get back to that 15. You get back to 50. I mean, I'm not even 15. No big deal, in my opinion. It's a breaking above that. That's the big question. You know what I mean? Because, but I don't want to say a stiff breeze. Maybe that's too optimistic. But I could see it just in a couple of good days, bullish market, blah blah. Although now volume has dried up so much that'd have to be something. Okay, yes. Attitude dialogue. That's right. Okay. See, Jordan. Someone mentioned buybacks? Did someone mention buybacks? He appears. Buybacks. Poof. Yo, Jordan, you missed a good buyback discussion. You missed a very good buyback discussion tonight. Talking about the odds that it was executed, has been executed, the bond, the amount of the redemption, whether that impacts the odds. Hey, JJ Veasley, what up, JJ? I don't know about digital PS5 in store. I think everything was online, but I'm not sure. Yeah. So EO says most important thing right now is sentiment. 2 days ago, everyone was depressed. Hopefully not, right? Hopefully not. And we are energized and speculating why management is doing this redemption. Also, the Pokemon news was huge. Oh, you thought it was huge, EO, huh? Pokemon Go Stop equals good chance to sell collectibles. Oh, okay. Do I still got it up? Oh, shit, I don't got it up. I had it up. Oh, this isn't the one, but this will do. Oh, you think it was huge, huh? Interesting, EO. So EO, I brought this up. I had this up at the beginning of the stream. This was one of the things I talked about because I thought it was good news. It was good to see, and they were even doing it in light of what's going on with COVID and everything. I'm like, all right, they're just trying to remind everyone to be safe and stuff. I think it's all right. What'd you say? Oh shit. You said huge? What'd you say? Huge? Huge. Yeah, it's just the huge is maybe the one word I might disagree with. It's definitely, I'd like to see it. How much is it going to impact the business? Maybe you're right. Approximately it's only 500 stores. As Pokestops are okay, they'll be becoming part of the real world. See, I'd like to see this from an experiential standpoint, EO, right? Because we talk about GameStop reinventing itself and transforming itself. This is the type of thing, right? People come into your store having an experience. I kind of like that. But as far as the impact on the business goes, I didn't think huge, but maybe I'm not appreciating it enough. November and December, in January and February. Due to the ongoing, yeah, they gotta obviously needs people to be super safe. Doesn't just intend. So it's foot traffic, right? GameStop kicks ass in these early quarters and these early years, and I definitely agree that this helps with that. I just don't know how much. I just wasn't sure how much. But I did have it up. EO. I did. Because I like to see it. Okay, sentiment is definitely changing. Console wars in general getting a lot more press coverage this week versus weeks before. So I agree. So it still seems that I didn't see crazy bullish sentiment or anything. I agree with you. Look, we got 60. Hey, welcome everybody. We got a good amount of people on here today, and you're right. More people are talking about it maybe optimistically. But that's the thing with the sometimes there's a lot going on with stocks, and sometimes there's just not that much going on. And I don't know if it's so much people depressed about it. It's just not much to talk about. But that's why I find it helpful to kind of keep an eye on the charts and stuff, because as long as everything's just holding up okay, everything's cool. And if your fundamental thesis is intact, you expect this news to come. But I think this is who just said this. Sentiment has definitely changed. As Alex was just saying, I think sentiment's been changing like these past like 6 weeks with everything going on here. That's why some more news would be super impactful this time of year, I think, if it came out. But really, yeah, you need to execute on the fundamentals. You need to get larger investors interested in getting involved and stuff. You really need to make an exciting investment opportunity for people. And yeah, hopefully there's more on that front in time. And again, the performance will carry itself, but that stuff just takes time. Okay, Pokemon check-in equals data for... Okay, all right, that's true, EO. EO coming at it from a data side of things, saying it's not just about the foot traffic, kitty. It's about, or partially, right? Partially is you might tie it to more data. You know what I mean? Well, that's part of that foot traffic, too. That's true. That maybe Nintendo might be interested in, right? They'll sell collectibles plus 25th anniversary from Pokemon. Oh, I missed that. Did it say 25th anniversary in this one? It didn't even say it here. Okay. They can get this test to be successful during COVID. It's a good case study to present on the partners. Cheers, yo. I like that. Hey, here's the type of impact we can have with in-store experiences and stuff. I mean, it could be even particularly interesting to Nintendo. What would blow this? Nintendo announcing the Switch Pro mid... Well, and people think it's coming, Alex. We think it's coming. Pokemon tie-up was a great point. Give points there for some other benefit. Yeah. Totes. Okay. Yeah, futures down a little bit. Did Sony? Could anyone order anything yet? I was just curious. I feel like some people, y'all would have probably talked about it if you could. So it must not be. Oh, Pokemon Towers are great. Tied to PUR. Give points there. Some other benefit. Oh, power up rewards. Give points there. Some other benefit. Yeah, this experiential stuff, right? We haven't heard much. It kind of felt it's on the back burner, right? Because of all that's going on in the Tulsa stores and stuff. So this is like the first thing that we've heard. I feel, unless I missed something. This seems like it was the first real thing of like, hey, let's do some shit here. But like a longer term thing, right? What time is it? 9:16? Okay. One time in Japan, Pokemon was having an event. Oh, Steve with the Japan stories. Everyone, let's see what we got. Oh, really? So Steve, okay. So it was packed. You got a few stamps too? Yeah, in Japan, probably even more popular there, huh? All right, maybe it is going to be. Remember when it was blowing up? What was it? When was that? 2016, 2017? It was blowing up, and didn't even Nintendo's price pop around that time? It could be a bold claim, I forget. Was it NTNDY? Oh, I forget. NTNDY? Nope. NTDOY. Oh, shit. Whoa. That's a big drop, huh? Yeah, wasn't it like right around here? Wasn't it like that summer where it like popped? I forget. Probably some fervor around that. I can't remember. But a special Pokemon stamp collection. Lots of people coming. Okay, yeah, maybe. Okay, to EO's point, maybe it could be even bigger than I was appreciating. Well, I was just there was no formal announcement from GameStop. You know what I mean? I guess that was part of it too. EO. I thought there was going to be for some of these somewhat more material things. It's only 500 stores, but I thought there might be an announcement type stuff. So I guess that kind of weighed on me too. Subway was packed, kids and all riding around. I even got a few stamps. 666, Steve. Do an in-game purchase that only activate at GameStop. Yeah. Could angle that a whole bunch of ways. Amazon already sold more consoles than were available. Oh yeah, I saw that, Johan. Yep. And Johan Burry tweeted about that, saying, "Oh, that's a bit of a fumble from Amazon. Who could benefit?" You know what I mean? It would seem like it was a quiet day today, huh? Not much color here, right? Palladium down, platinum down. That's about it. Holy shit! Still intact and everything. That's been a bullish chart. Oh, you got it, Alex? Sick. Nice. You're going to get it. When are you going to get it? Saturday. Sick. All right. Good for you. Big fumble. Yeah, right. Exactly, Blessed. And then who benefits from that, right? That's the big question mark. It's like it was an unexpected opportunity. I mean, I don't know how much it actually impacts it, right? It's not like this big deal, but something. It's a talking point, no doubt. Oh, that's sick. I'm glad you got it, Alex. I was just saying early in the stream. Let me know if someone gets it here. Maybe some people already pre-ordered and they did get it. I don't know. Tech wasn't Tech up today? Oh, the Dow was negative. Look at that drop on Nintendo, huh? Oh, sick. Oh, Dusty, you already got yours, Dusty? Sick. Okay, so people got it. Nice. Yeah, look, Dow was negative. Nasdaq was up 2. Small cap. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. All right. Later, Blessed. You have a nice night. Peace out. So what's interesting, remember we talked about Russell 2000 relative to everything? It was a big up day on Monday. This is why I say you got to see if it sticks. It's still even early right now, but look at today. Nasdaq up 2%. Small cap by way of Russell 2000 down 0.3%. You know what I mean? It's like it's been such a strong relative trade to go long tech and growth and to go in short value that you can't just have one. It was a big day on Monday, but it takes much more than that for that trend to turn. So it's something to keep your eye on. And even today's just one day. May lose a toe from waiting in line with Dusty. Oh, you got it last night, Dusty. Cheers. Did you get it last night? You got it yesterday. You would go on Monday night, right? Oh, whoa, that's sick. That's awesome. You said you were gonna do it. You never even know you're actually gonna get it. Yes. Cheers, Dusty. Dusty on the last stream on Monday said he was gonna go mad early in the morning, try to wait in that line, try to get one, and he did. Sick. His toes are gonna fall off. That's awesome. Valhalla rating out of 10, better than Odyssey. Only 6 at the store. Whoa, sick, Dusty. All right, so tech was up today. Toll was up. Oh, yeah. Oh, I tell you who, Alex, there's a publicly traded company who makes industrial refrigerators. And it starts with like an M. I think it's like based in Minnesota or something. Does anyone remember that name of it? I looked into it last year. What the hell's the name? I can't remember the name. There is one out there though. They're like they're the top player in that. It's like middle. Is it middle something? Damn, can't remember. No, maybe I'm making it up. I could be getting let's just say first vaccines. Wow, that's sick, Dusty. Now what are that COD, Dusty? Yeah. So I had tossed in COD in my cart. But I probably because I couldn't get the Xbox, so probably the whole order was messed up because of that. Okay, yeah, so who cares says a relatively strong rotation from large cap growth to small cap value yesterday, inverse today. Well, and Monday too, right? Monday was huge on Monday as well. And we can do this. Watch do I have it up? I can do So this was Monday. Here was the big up and then coming back down. You know what I mean? It hadn't even broken out. on a relative basis. That's the thing. And so it's like right there. And so it's noteworthy. I mean, that's a huge gap up. It's noteworthy. But and this is just mysterious technical analysis and stuff. But even still, I don't know if there's anything to this on this relative type stuff. But I saw that. I'm like, okay, let's just see if it sticks. Give it a little bit more time. But definitely it should hit your radar when you have that big of an outperformance. And now we're settling down. But maybe it bounces back end of the week. I don't know. But that's the thing. It's been such a... It has looked like it's kind of basing, right? If there's anything here, it looked like it's kind of basing a little bit, right, on the chart. But if you back it out, check this shit. Ugly. 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 Look at this. That's a strong, strong trend. But it looks like it is finally a bit stabilized. Boom, 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 boom. So just kind of needs to make a decision now. Okay. Didn't play us. It is good, though. The light and shadow more at some point. Oh, you like in Valhalla? Okay. Oh, why do you say that, George? I'd be curious. Oh, okay. Oh, what are you asking, Steve? Oh, is that the name of the company? Let me see. No, it's not that one, Steve. I want to say it was like oh. I got it. Okay, so it wasn't just... It's this. It is. It was Middleby. M-I-D-D. It was middle something. You believe that shit? Even I can't believe I remembered that. Here's the thing, though. I don't know if it's strictly... So, okay, let me just double check here. Alex, this was the one I was thinking of. Middleby. It's industrial... Specialty industrial machinery... Marcus distributes food processing and residential kitchen equipment. It's for like restaurants and stuff. Is that it? Conveyor, combi, speed cooking, hydro, in ventilation equipment. Oh, is it not? Professional refrigerators, but that's the thing. If this is just one, yeah, look into it, Alex. Let me know. I don't know what percentage of their business is refrigeration, but for some, I came across them last year. I thought, oh, that's an interesting angle. Like you might want to own that type of a company if this was your play. It's not really up my alley. How big is the company? $7 billion. But that's, you know what I mean. Like, that was a restaurant, so it might not be for you. But there's other company. You could probably just do a quick Google search. There's probably companies out there that other major players, and then you can come across a presentation on their website that kind of lays out the industry, and they might talk about some of the other peers that they have. But there's probably a breakdown somewhere. Oh yeah, Emerson Electric, United Technologies Corporation, Innovative Refrigeration Systems. I don't know if those are public companies though. Ingersoll Rand, those ones. Okay. Sold theirs in person, not online too, I guess. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I didn't get that Uber. I didn't even place a damn order yet. Yeah, Jay Booth. Welcome back, Jay Booth. We got it working. They tried to keep us down, Jay Booth. They tried their hardest, but we bounced back. You can't keep us down. We might move like this for 3 hours, but we're still going to keep streaming and talking about the redemption. Yeah, so here's another one, the dark pools. I don't know about that stuff. I don't know. Might get hit hard. Oh yeah, I whether that was bullish or bearish, I wouldn't put too much stock into that. Just a large put. I'm not doing anything to share price. All right. I mean, maybe we'll see tomorrow, I guess. Oh, I don't know about that, George. Oh, I haven't heard much on that front. I guess we'd have to see. Oh, there you go. All right, just Alex found one. Found one that has some clinical freezers. Oh, okay. Phil Spencer said, "Thanks, Justin. In 24 hours, more new consoles sold in more countries than ever before." Sick. Just wants gamers to rise up. Aqua, I feel you. Aqua, I feel you. Largest launch in Xbox history. Sick. Sick. Yep. That seems that could be retweet worthy. You know what I mean? And then yeah. But hey, but Justin, remind me, wasn't there in 2006 wasn't there like a major movie that was released that was like the biggest movie release in ever, and that people were waiting in long lines outside the store to get that movie release, and it was the biggest launch. Terrible joke. Terrible. Just not a good joke. Just I'll edit that out. I'll edit that out. Thanks, Justin. Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Yeah, right. I know, right? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yes, 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 exactly. So they were so long. They were trending in the search all over the internet those days. It was just bananas back in the day. Just bananas back then. You know what I mean? Oh, damn. Q4 will be one of the. Oh, it will definitely will be Aqua. It'll be one of the best years, will be one of the best Q4s ever. The ride there could be. Yeah, we'll see. Well, what I would say to that Aqua is this: how do you feel though their Q3 was? You know what I mean? And look what the stock price does. The quarter closed, if I recall correctly, right here. Q2 ended right here, and this was Q3. You know what I mean? So I mean, I'm just. You know what I mean? It's not so much about what's happening. Like sometimes if enough stuff is happening and if sentiment is changing and people are picking up on the story, that's value investing, where people start buying into the correct thesis, the correct story, and it doesn't really so much. It's not necessarily perfectly correlated with how they're operating that quarter. You know what I mean? That there's other variables that can impact the price. I mean, I know what you're saying though, Aqua. I feel you. But I mean, it could be even their best. It could be their best quarter ever because even from a profitability standpoint, because of the cost-cutting stuff that they've been doing, the tremendous demand that they're having, in their revamped omni-channel stuff, like their online stuff, they're crushing it on that front too. So it could be. We'll have to see. And then the question will be, Aqua, will it be priced in? And it could be priced in before we get there. Do you know what I mean? Like it could be priced in before we get to that. Yeah, seeing the Google Trends search with GameStop, there's clearly no one cares about this brand. Crazy. That's right. But Cole will crush them. That's right. All I could think was that there's that one. I was surprised to see that, right? I mean, you expected Xbox and PS5, right, to be in there, but GameStop, you know. I wonder if did the Redemption 2 impact that, because people were, but even still, so many people on GameStop, right, above Xbox and PS5. What's up with that, actually, huh? You think about that? What's going on there? That's crazy. I think that might be what's crazier to me. That I mean, it's number 2. It's number 1 after Veterans Day. But that it's above the. Maybe people have searched about it so much, and then they're dialing in to GameStop to get an update or something like that, I suppose. But still, I'm with you, Uber. Consoles or headwinds. That's one of my favorite ones, Steve. That's one of my. Oh, I can't wait to see your new one, Steve. I'm legit looking forward to this shit. And I think that's one of my favorite ones. There's a couple of other good ones, too, that I saw following the Redemption that I thought were classics. But definitely that's a classic. Consoles or headwinds. And, I'm here. Oh, they were searching for GameStop Series X. Yes, that's, yeah. Oh, I see. Is when it was number 4. Oh, I see. Sorry, I missed your first comment. Okay. What was crazier was when it was number 5. I missed this. They weren't searching Microsoft Xbox Series. Yeah, well, look at that. Exactly, Justin. What the hell? What the F? What's going on? Talking about that mind share, right? That's what I included in that one of those GameStop videos where people might say, well, that's not actual market share. And I'm like, yo, people care. They had $1 billion in that quarter when their stores were closed. Like, people shop there. They have a captive customer base there that they. That's why that imminent bankruptcy angle was. I really thought that was bad analysis. I just thought it was bad analysis to think that they couldn't get here and then could not even potentially thrive. That's not to say the whole transform blah blah blah, but this is, and then it aligned with the short interest stuff. But you're good point, and why not that search is on my Twitter. If you okay, I'll check it out. I didn't see the that when they were number 5. I had seen that. I'll check that out. Amazon is delaying orders. I had seen that, y'all. So GameStop is and Target had order issues. Oh, well, so GameStop. Okay, so that, I mean, obviously that was helping. That's helping things too, right? Who said consoles? Oh, Robert Stewart. I think one of the takes on one of the bear takes was that it wasn't not the consoles, but the console cycle would be it would accelerate disintermediation for GameStop because more people would shift toward digital over this cycle. So it's going to be bearish for GameStop, which I thought was kind of interesting because we were all talking about it's a huge bullish thing, right? Wait, see that, Steve? Steve? Did you like that? Steve, did you like that, Steve? I had it in one of the thumbnails for one of the streams, and then I'm like, oh, I already got that cropped out. You know what I mean? So I just pulled it over to this one, and I just tossed it in there. But that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, what? It's legit. That's legit me. Console close. It could be. I doubt that, George, on the payment side of things for them. But I don't know. I haven't seen too much. Can't wait for the PS6. Yeah. To look up the clunker. Decided to look up the clunker in their profile. Oh, that's right. That's where it was. Yeah, the B of A one, right? And I think I saw some other folks talking about it too. Well, that's the most prominent one then. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see. We'll know in time. You know what I mean? But right now, I think what. That's what I think. Because it's about free cash flows. You know what I mean? And like many, I mean, I'm sure we've talked about this on the stream, but like you can even have a company, and again, I think GameStop has a tremendous opportunity to transform into a more permanent player in the industry by way of some of these potential partnerships it can ink. But even if you had a company that was definitely in secular decline or whatever like that, and I mean maybe some folks would agree with this, but like I mean I feel like it's a fact. But you could be in secular decline, and your stock price could be trading at such a discount relative to what even your fair value is in light of that secular decline that it would still be a good purchase. You know what I mean? And that even if all these aspects are unfolding over time or have a negative impact on your business, it could still be you could still be bullish on the stock. You know what I mean? And it's not quite the same here, but it was something I thought about. Like, even if that were true, the amount of free cash flows that could be generated in the interim could buy the company out a number of times. That's how I was thinking, and I think. But then, yeah, there's another side of the thesis, and that is the longer term impact on the business over time. Because if you I don't know. I can't go down this again. Not that anyone's asking. You get me thinking about it, right? And I try to put myself in their shoes. Oh, and anchor. Okay. I didn't. Okay, thanks, George. I'll look that up, George. I'll look that up. I hadn't seen that, George. I'll take a peek. Okay, I think I got it. Let me look into that, George, and let me see if I can. I'll see if I can find anything. Still having people no conversation. Yeah, so that's the thing. So sometimes I agree with you, Uber. Sometimes, there's many things that I see. I see bad analysis, and then I see lazy analysis, which is what you're noting right now, and then I also see incomplete analysis. Those are the three things that I'm repeatedly seeing on the bear side of things. Bad, lazy, and incomplete. And that's the thing. And so it's hard to know if like you get it. I try to be I try not to be quick to just say, oh well, that's just bad analysis, because even I'll form an opinion or share an opinion. That's the thing. But I don't do it in high conviction. I always try to qualify opinions that I might share and say, well, this is low conviction, because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But I feel it's Uber. It's more the confidence with which some of these opinions are shared on the other side. Because like you're saying, like if it were indeed lazy analysis, it's like, where do you get off being so confident in that take? And it's more that level of confidence that is really, I don't know. We'll know in time whether that was a ridiculous take, but at this point, I do think that's the case, but I have to at least concede the possibility that I don't know. Yeah, just looking at the chart, right? Oh yeah, that's a bad chart. That's a bad chart. Look at that. That's what they see. And it's even worse than this. This is dividend adjusted. Chart looks a lot better now. The chart looks a lot better now for those folks who might be somewhat new. The chart looks a lot better now these days. It coming out 4 white candles on the monthly. I mean, we were used to this. This chart, look, try buying in. This is when Barry sent in his letter, and from a lot of folks were getting involved here. That chart looks awful. It's one of the worst charts you can come across. But that's the thing. That's why fundamental analysis it's a cheat code. You dig in, you go, oh well, yeah, there are some risks here, but at least there's some downside here in this very short term that at least maybe they'll be able to figure their shit out. You don't see that with the chart. You only see that by digging in and checking it out, kicking the tires a bit. So that's why I always feel marrying the two can be helpful. But anyway, now the chart looks a lot better. But it's interesting, Uber, that you're saying that people are even glancing at this chart and be like, oh, it's in permanent decline without. So this is the thing, Uber. So I think what happens too. I mean, no, I don't know. A lot of people talking about the short side of things, right? And then what happens is not enough people talking about the actual fundamental. I mean, we joke about it here, and I talk about it like I'm curious about it myself because it doesn't make sense. But some people might just say, "Oh, it's just one of the meme stocks of 2020." I'm like, "Yo, there's a real thesis here that maybe some people are just saying, oh, it's only bid up because of bullshit, right?" And that the chart, it's obviously going to resume its previous downturn. I'm like, oh, no one, people aren't paying attention. They're not paying attention. As Uber says, the mainstream, it's just a lazy bear thesis. Not even that it's bad. In many cases, it's just lazy analysis, just a quick a priori conclusion being drawn without actually looking under the hood and stuff. And it's not a time to take victory laps yet, right? Because if we're right, it's still early stages, and time will tell. But I'm seeing the same stuff, Uber, and I keep on thinking like, what? I don't know. Okay, any possibility that even with the Any possibility that even with the revenue beat, the sentiment is still bad? Console. It could be, Alex. It could be that this, it could be. That's what I mean. That it's not just about revenues, though. It's about profitability and free cash flows and stuff. But in particular, I think it's about reinventing the business. I don't even know, short of actually seeing the free cash flows come in and they be huge, which is a distinct possibility, right? We've been talking about that. I mean, Uber's brought that up too. It's like, once they see the free cash flows, how do you argue against that? But they might just say, well, you get the free cash flows, but you're going to burn through it. You're going to use it up. It's going to be wasted, or on poor acquisitions, or spent on trying to revamp your stores, and it's not going to work, and it's going to be a waste. So they still have an angle, but that it could persist. But I don't know. Then I don't know. I'm talking about as far as you know what I mean, the short thesis that there's still. All right, let me keep reading. I feel like I'm getting off track. Yeah, so Azuka says arrogance and the assumption that you will never change, in an irrational belief that technology is far ahead. Where I mean, I tend to agree, Aqua.
Jeez, Roaring Kitty gets more views than me. I might not even stream anymore. I'll just have Roaring Kitty do the stream for me. Like, I don't even need to do anything. Like, legit, I don't need to do anything, bro. He does all the work for me. And he's better at it. People actually care what he has to say. That shit's funny. That shit's funny. Alright, I'm gonna continue reading this. I want to restart an adjustment just to make sure I read that correctly. Alright, so subject to provisions of this Article 4, the strike price and the warrant exercise rate shall be adjusted from time to time by the company if any of the following events occur, except that the company shall not make any adjustments to the strike price and the warrant exercise rate if the holders of the warrants participate, other than at case of X a share split or share combination or a tender or exchange offer, at the same time and upon the same terms as holders of the common stock, and solely as a result of holding the warrants. In any of the transactions described in Section 4.01, without having to exercise their warrants, as if they held a number of shares of common stock equal to the warrant exercise rate, multiplied by the number of warrants held by such holder. If the strike price is adjusted pursuant to the formulas set forth in any of the clauses through of this Section 4.01, excluding for these purposes a readjustment pursuant to the text following such formulas, then effective as of the time at which such adjustment to the strike price becomes effective, the warrant exercise rate will be adjusted to an amount equal to the product of A, the warrant exercise rate, in effect immediately before such adjustment to the warrant exercise rate, and B, the quotient obtained by dividing X, the strike price, in effect immediately before such adjustment to the strike price, and Y, the strike price is in effect immediately after such adjustment to the strike price, provided, however, that the warrant exercise rate will be subject to readjustment to the extent set forth in such clauses. If the company exclusively issues shares of common stock as a dividend or distribution on shares of the common stock, or if the company effects a share split or share combination, the strike price shall be adjusted on the following formula, with a corresponding adjustment to the warrant exercise. SP1 equals SPO times OSO divided by OS1. So I think that's right. I think if that's interesting. So I think if like the stock squeezes and it goes to like, $60 or something, and they do an at the money offering, your warrants are going to get adjusted. So you're potentially you're going to have a lower than $32 exercise price potentially. At least that's what I think this is saying. That's what it seems like to me. So I mean, ideally they raise the rest of the money this year. Like hopefully by some miracle the stock squeezes so they can do another at the money, because that will make the warrants even more valuable. See, so SPO, the strike price in effect immediately prior to the open business on the ex-dividend date of such dividend or distribution, or immediately prior to the open of business on the effective date of such share split or share combination as applicable. SP1, the strike price in effect immediately after the open of business on such ex-dividend date or effective date. OS0, the number of shares of common stock outstanding immediately prior to the open of business on such ex-dividend date or effective date, before giving effect to any such dividend, distribution, split, or combination. And OS1, the number of shares of common stock outstanding immediately after giving effect to such dividend, distribution, share split, or share combination. Any adjustment made under this Section 4.01 shall become effective immediately after the open of business on the ex-dividend date for such dividend or distribution, or immediately after the open of business on the effective date for such share split or share combination, as applicable. If any dividend or distribution of type described in this Section 4.01a is declared but not so paid or made, the strike price and the warrant exercise rate shall be immediately readjusted, effected as of the date the Board of Directors determines not to pay such dividend or distribution, to the strike price and the warrant exercise rate that would then be in effect if such dividend or distribution has not been declared. If the company distributes to all or substantially all holders of the common stock any rights, options, or warrants other than pursuant to a shareholder rights plan entitling them for a period of not more than 60 calendar days after the announcement date of such distribution, to subscribe for or purchase shares of the common stock at a price per share that is less than the average of the last reported sales price of the common stock for the 10 consecutive trading day period ending on, and including the trading day immediately preceding the date of announcement of such distribution, the strike price shall be decreased based on the following formula, with a corresponding increase to the warrant exercise rate. SPO, strike price in effect immediately prior to the open of business on the ex-dividend date for distribution. SP1, the strike price in effect immediately after the open business day on such ex-dividend date. OS0, the number of shares of common stock outstanding immediately prior to the open of business on such ex-dividend date. X, the total number of shares of common stock distributable pursuant to such rights, options, or warrants. And Y, the number of shares of common stock equal to the aggregate price payable to exercise such rights, options, or warrants, divided by the average of the last reported sale price of the common stock over the 10 consecutive trading day period, and including the trading day immediately preceding the date of announcement of the distribution of such rights, options, and warrants. Any decrease to the strike price and corresponding increase to the warrant exercise rate made under Section 4.01b shall be made successfully whenever any such rights, options, or warrants are distributed, and shall become effective immediately after the open of business on the ex-dividend date for such distribution. To the extent that shares of common stock are not delivered after the expiration of such rights, options, or warrants, the strike price shall be increased, and the warrant exercise rate shall be decreased to the strike price, and the warrant exercise rate that would be in effect had the decrease to the strike price and the increase of the warrant exercise rate, with respect to distribution of such rights, options, or warrants, been made on the basis of delivery of only the number of shares of common stock actually delivered. If such rights, options, or warrants are not so distributed, then the strike price shall be increased, and the warrant exercise rate shall be decreased to the strike price and the warrant exercise rate that would then be in effect if such ex-dividend date for such distribution had not occurred. For the purpose of this Section 4.01b, and determine whether any rights, options, or warrants entitle the holders of common stock to subscribe for or purchase shares of the common stock at a price per share that is less than such average of the last reported sales price of the common stock for 10 consecutive trading day period ending on, and including the trading day immediately preceding the date of announcement of such distribution, and in determining aggregate offering price of such shares of common stock, there shall be taken into account any consideration received by the company for such rights, options, or warrants, and any amount payable on exercise of conversion thereof, the value of such consideration, if other than cash, to be determined by the company in good faith. C. If the company distributes shares of its capital stock, evidences of its indebtedness, other assets or property of the company, or rights, options, or warrants to acquire its capital stock or other securities, to all or substantially all holders of the common stock, excluding dividends, distributions, or issuances, including share splits, as to which an adjustment was effected pursuant to Section 4.01a or Section 4.01b. 2. Except that otherwise provided in Section 4.07, rights issued pursuant to any shareholder rights plan of the company then in effect. 3. Distributions of reference property issued in exchange for or upon conversion of common stock and share exchange events. Dividends or distributions paid exclusively in cash as to which the provisions set forth in Section 4.01d shall apply. And 5. Spin-offs, as defined below, as to which the provisions set forth below in this Section 4.01c shall apply. Any of such shares of capital stock, evidence of indebtedness, other assets or property rights, or rights, options, or warrants to acquire capital stock or other securities, the quote distributed property, then the strike price shall be decreased based on the following formula. with a corresponding increase to the warrant exercise right. SPO. Strike price in effect immediately prior to the open of business on ex-dividend date for such distribution. SP1. Strike price in effect immediately after the open of business on such ex-dividend date. MP0. The average of the last reported sale price of the common stock over the 10 consecutive trading day period ending on and including the trading day immediately preceding the ex-dividend date for such distribution. And FMV, the fair market value, is determined by the company in good faith of the distributed property with respect to each outstanding share of common stock on the ex-dividend date for such distribution. Any decrease to the strike price and corresponding increase to the warrant exercise rate made under the portion of this section 4.04C shall become effective immediately after the open of business on the ex-dividend date for such distribution. If such distribution is not paid or made, then the strike price shall be increased, and the warrant exercise rate shall be decreased. To be the strike price and the warrant exercise rate that would then be in effect if distribution had not been declared, notwithstanding the foregoing if FMV is equal to or greater than MP0. In lieu of the foregoing increase, each holder of a warrant shall receive, in respect of each warrant thereof, at the same time and upon the same terms as holders of the common stock, receive the distributed property. The amount and kind of distributed property such holder would have received if such holder owned a number of shares of common stock equal to the warrant exercise rate in effect on the ex-dividend date for distribution. With respect to an adjustment pursuant to this section 4.01, where there has been a payment of a dividend or other distribution of common stock of shares of capital, stock, of any class or series, or similar equity interest of or relating to a subsidiary or other business unit in the company, of the company, that are or when issued, will be listed or admitted for trading on U.S. National Securities Exchange, quote, a spinoff, the strike price shall be decreased based on the following formula. Warrant exercise. Okay. There's a lot of things. A lot of things. Decrease the strike price and the proceeding. Alright, we get it. We get it. I don't need to keep reading that. I get the idea. Alright, options, warrants to all holders of common stock, none must subscribe for a purchase, blah, blah, blah. Occurrence of specified events or events, quote, trigger events are deemed to be transferred with such shares of common stock, are not exercisable, and are also issued in respect of future issuances of common stock, shall be deemed not to have been distributed for purposes of this section 4.01C, till the occurrence of the earliest trigger event, whereupon such rights, options, and warrants shall be deemed to have been distributed, an appropriate adjustment, blah, blah, blah. I don't even want to read this anymore. I get it. I'm just going to skim through the rest of it. I'm seriously just going to have, like, probably, like, the next month of streams is probably just going to be Roaring Kitty, honestly. Just so, you know, anyone who's here every day, just so you know. It's probably not going to be me streaming for the next, like, month. Well, you know, I'll still be here the first, like, hour, maybe the last hour, but we're gonna watch, like, every Roaring Kitty stream until something interesting happens, because, honestly, there's no point in me being here, like, straight up. I don't think there's any point being here anymore. I'm just gonna farm the community, bro. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna farm them. You know, it costs, like, $20,000 to get a Bitcoin mining machine. I can just farm the GameStop community off ads. It's like, that's crazy. That's crazy. And that's probably, you know, what this stream's going to be for the next, like, month. So, just so you guys know. Let's see, what's this? Reserved, effect a recapitalization, reclassification, and changes of the common stock. Any recapitalization, reclassification, or change in common stock, any consolidation, merger, combination, or similar transaction involving the company, any sale, lease, or other transfer to third party of the consolidated assets of the company and the company's subsidiaries as substantially as entirety, or any statutory share exchange. Exchange for stock, securities, blah, blah, blah. I don't even want to read this anymore. I don't even care. I just wanted to read the adjustment part because I feel like that's kind of important, but you know, if the way I'm understanding it is correct, if it's not the way I'm understanding it, then I don't know how important it is. Talking about warrant agents. Warrant agent shall forward the funds received for warrant exercises in a given month by the 5th business day of the following month, or by 1 business day upon written request of the company, by wire transfer to account designated by the company. Okay. I mean, there's quite a bit more to read, but I don't know, it doesn't seem that important. This certifies that a registered number of warrants, blah, blah, blah. The warrant exercise price per warrant, quote, which is initially $32, payable in cash as described. Warrant certificate shall terminate, become void, blah, blah, blah. Warrant certificate in accordance with certain warrant agreement dated company, computer share. Warrant shall upon issue be duly and validly issued and fully paid. Man, it's gonna suck if we don't get the warrants. Oh man, it's gonna suck if only computer shared people get them. I don't even think they're on the market yet, are they? Nope. That's an L. That's an L. It's almost the end of the day. I really don't have them. I'm gonna check my account real quick. They go live tomorrow. Who says? Where'd you read that? Because they should be today. don't got nothing still. Pretty exciting, I guess. Not really. It's in the warrant FAQ. It's in the FAQ? It's in the FAQ? That's why you gotta read the FAQ. On or about October 7th. Where does it say? So there's that October 2nd part. Number of GME. Let's see. Where did you see this? I don't see where you saw that. GameStop will not receive any proceeds from this warrant distribution unless some or all holders exercise their warrants on or before the expiration date, October 30, 2026. Oh, okay. That answers one of my questions. I was wondering if you exercised your warrants the second you got them, would GameStop get the money? But I guess they do. I see what you're looking at now. Doesn't have an actual date, but it says, "Can I sell my warrants? Will they trade publicly? Except for applicable securities laws and company policies that may apply to insiders, we are not aware of any restrictions on buying or selling the warrants. We intend to apply the warrants to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange to facilitate such trading, which may begin under the ticker symbol GMEWS on the first trading day following the distribution date. After the distribution date, GME shareholders and holders of GME's convertible notes can trade or exercise the warrants irrespective of whether they continue to hold or sell their shares of GME common stock." Okay. So they don't have an actual date, but it's right there. What the fuck? Okay, well, that's lame. That's pretty lame. I got my computer share warrants. I got my Robinhood warrants. Yeah, but they're at $0, so you haven't gotten them yet, technically. I've seen a few people come in here and say they got their warrants, but they're literally at $0. So I would say you didn't get your warrants quite yet. There needs to be value attached to it. And the ticker needs to be trading. Yeah, and you can't do anything. You can tomorrow. I wonder how many people will just like I wonder how many people will exercise the second they get them. I'm not going to. If what I read was correct, and they do like an at the money or something, and it lowers the exercise strike price or whatever. Like I said, I don't know if I'm reading that correct, but if that's correct, there's absolutely no reason to exercise until like the last minute, because you might get some dope. Got a message that their warrants will be sold as soon as traded and grant them the amount. I don't even know what the hell Revolut is. Someone in here got their shares sold automatically on that app. I bet a lot of them just get sold right away. Oh yeah, probably. Most likely. But a lot of people might buy them too because the stock's down like 12%. So a lot of people might start buying as well. You know, a lot of people might prefer to buy the warrants rather than shares. What's up, Ruben? Mine don't show at all. Fidelity. Yeah, they should be in there tomorrow, though. Will exercising act as buying pressure? Yeah. I'm. I mean, not really though, because if you exercise, you're adding stock to the market. You're not necessarily buying stock that's already on the market. So technically, it wouldn't count as buying pressure, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it would count as buying pressure. It's not the same as exercising an option where, you know, if you exercise an option, you're buying shares from the pre-existing float, whereas if you exercise the warrants, you're creating new shares. You know, you're buying shares, but you're creating new shares. It's not shares out of the current float. Buying 35K in warrants. Well, good luck. Good luck. You better have the. You better have the. Let's see. I've seen a lot of people with that same opinion, but you better have the. Let's see. $1.1 million to exercise all those shares when the time comes. Which you probably don't, let's be real. If you have $1.1 million to buy all those shares, then I don't know why you're even here. But of course you'd just sell them, obviously. But still, I don't think you've thought through exactly what you're doing. Just judging by that. And if all you're doing is trading, there's no difference between buying the warrants and the shares. Also benefits GameStop because they receive 100% of the strike. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So if you exercise 100 warrants, they get the $3,200 or whatever, rather than it going to the option writer. selling them at a higher price. It's fair. Hopefully it works out. You just got to realize you're buying 35K worth of options that lose value every day the stock doesn't move. So as long as you know what you're getting into. I'm just selling my warrants at the best time for me. I don't want to worry about it otherwise. Yeah, that's fair, bro. At least you have a plan for yourself and you're not following what everyone else is doing. Like that's a good thing, bro. That's the best thing to do in this market is have a plan for yourself. Cuz you know your financial situation better than anyone else. Hypothetically, if they have a decent value tomorrow, I could sell them all and just buy shares at 24-ish. Yeah, but you would be selling, the share or the warrants are probably going to be worth 10% of the stock price, so 2.5, you would have to sell 1,000 warrants just to get 100 shares. Like that's not really. I don't think that's worth it. I really don't think that's worth it. Especially with after everything we've just read, because if they dilute more, like I said, if the stock goes up and they do another at the money, if what I read is correct, if I'm understanding what I read correctly, it's not going to be a $32 price to convert those warrants anymore. It's potentially going to be lower. So those warrants could be worth so fucking much. Potentially. Continue to DCA into GME. Yeah, that's fair, bro. That's fair. But you don't even have to, with the warrants, you don't even have to DCA anymore, because if you have, a lot of the shares you already want, you could just stack the cash, say you have like I said, say you have 100 warrants, that's a 32. So if you save up $3,200 and you just have $3,200 sitting in your account, you could buy the shares now, $3,200 divided by 24.5. You could buy 130 shares right now. Or if the stock is trading at, $40, $50, you could just buy the 100 shares for $32, and then you're getting, what would that be? You're getting potentially double what this is worth. Whereas if you use the $3,200 now, you're only getting 30 extra shares, so 30 times 24.5, that's only $735. But, in the future it could be worth, let's say it's trading at 40, let's say it's trading at 50, that could be worth $1,500. But in the scenario where you wait, I believe, you buy the shares for 3,200. If it's trading at 50, 100, that's 5,000, so minus 3,200. Yeah, so I guess you're not getting that much more value out of the warrants, but if it's trading at like 60, 70, 80, which seems pretty unrealistic, that's where it gets more interesting, I would say. So I guess you're not missing out on much if you just sold and bought shares right now. I guess you're not missing out on that much. But I mean, if you're going off percentages, if you're going off percentages, you're missing out on $300 of value out of 3,000. You're missing out on, what is that, 9%? Yeah, you're missing out on 9% of value. So, dollar amount, you're not missing out that much, but percentage, you're missing out on quite a bit. Will these be most valuable on issuance since it's like an option? Like, will it decay daily? So if you wanted to pocket the cash, the best could be to sell immediately. Is that the logic? Yeah. I mean, if you don't think the stock's going to be worth over $32 in a year, then yeah, selling it immediately or just when the price is up would be the best move, potentially. But if the price doesn't go down, if you sell the warrants at, let's say GameStop goes back to trading at $26, $27, and you sell the warrants, if the price never goes back down, you sold your warrants for no reason, basically. But yeah, there's a risk to holding them for sure. There's a risk to holding them. There's a risk to holding fucking GameStop shares. So, I mean, we just got 1%. You got 1% of value out of these warrants, and the stock's down 12%. So, there's risk to holding GameStop. Like, there's already risk. But do you see a world where the stock, I'm not really a squeeze guy, but do you see a world where the stock squeezes and it never comes back down? That's where the warrants are interesting. But I'm not selling my warrants. If anything, I'm going to buy more. Probably slow, I'm probably not going to buy as much as I originally thought in the beginning. But I'm definitely going to buy some. Sell the decaying asset for shares. Yeah, like I said, you can sell it now, but you're potentially missing out on 5-10% of value on the low end. Risk decay until expiration date depends on the risk/stock. Closer you get to expiration, the more risk. Yeah, but if the stock's trading at $32, there is no risk. Because every dollar the stock's trading above 32, that's value to the warrants. The warrants right now, they only have time value. There's no actual value on the warrants as of right now. They literally have no value besides time. Life is a risk. Pick and choose. Exactly. Life is risky. Life is risky. I like that. I can exercise on issuance and GME gets the spread current -8. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you would have to buy the shares at $32. And with what I just read, that wouldn't be worth your time because potentially if they raise more money in the next year, the exercise price potentially is going to go down. That's interesting as well. Like I said, I don't know if I read that correctly, but when I read that, that's what it seems like to me. It seems like if they raise any more money up at this point for the next year, those warrants, the exercise price will go down based on those formulas we saw. Sell half, risk the other half. Yeah, you can do whatever you want, straight up. You could do it that way. You could do it that way. You just got to realize, you know, if it works out, like I said, you're missing out on, at the low end, 5-10% of value if you sell right now. You know, if the stock's trading at $40-50 a year from now, you exercise those shares, you get that 5-10% extra value. Whereas if you just sell right now, you know, you got 1% of value. What, like, honestly, what was the, like, if you're gonna get your warrants and just sell them the second you get them, why didn't you just sell all your shares at $27-28? Like, please, like, enlighten me. Why didn't you sell your shares at $27-28 if you're just gonna sell your warrants the second you get them? Because the stock price just dropped 12%, so you're gonna take a tiny little 1%, you're gonna sell your warrants for 1% of value when the stock dropped 13%, 12%. Like, you could have just, you know, taken some shares off the table and you would have got exponentially more value. So I don't know. I don't really understand why you would sell the warrants the second you get them. I don't really see why you would do it. You should have just took profits when we were at $27-28 at that point. I just think it'd be interesting to see what happens if the share price is 24. You decide to exercise and buy a share at 32. Does that put a 32 buy on the live market? We see a little bop. Yeah, it would, but you're not, like I said, you're not buying shares on the float. You're adding new shares to the market. So, yeah, you're buying shares at $32, but those are brand new shares. That's not shares that are on the market. You're not buying a share that's worth $24 for 32, because the shares that are worth $24 are already on the market. If you exercise your options, you're putting brand new shares on the market. GME long term, that's it for me. I don't really like option trading / day trading. Yeah, that's good, bro. That's good, because honestly, you're gonna make way more than, you know, especially if you're working, which I'm pretty sure you do, because you say every day you're working. Like, you're gonna make exponentially more than anyone trading. I promise you that. I promise you that. Unless someone's trading like actual real size, you know, then maybe they're making a killing, but your average person, they're probably not making money trading. Or I don't know if average person, we'll just say most people. I won't even say average, because there's probably like really smart people who trade. I would just say most people don't make money trading, so, you know, that's a good thing that you don't like it. I would say that's going to benefit you exponentially in the long term. I'd venture to guess none of the regulars here are trading. Seems like all holders to me. I think some people do options every now and then, but also, you know, any regular here isn't going to talk about trading because I'm just going to shit on it. Let's be real. Any regular here knows to not talk about trading because they're not going to like my response. So even if there are traders here, you know, they're probably not going to talk about it. So if shorts wanted to suppress GME, they could exercise their warrants to immediately dilute the stock. Theoretically, I guess. Theoretically, yeah. Kind of interesting. But yeah, that's interesting way to look at it, for sure. An interesting way to look at it. But if they exercise the warrants, they would be getting, you know, shares into their account, so they would be shorting against themselves at that point. So, you know, I don't know if that would work out. Unless, you know, unless they're going to use it as a hedge, I guess. To all traders I know take it seriously and are profitable. Oh yeah. Some people take it a little too seriously, as we've seen. As we've seen, some people take it a little too seriously. You know, the reason why I talk shit on trading is because I want to see people actually make money. You know, I want people to manage. I just want people to learn how to actually trade and actually make money. That's why I shit on it so much. The way I see other people trade, I don't see how they're going to be profitable in the long term. I just don't see it. That'd be temporary though, as you just padded the balance sheet. Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be beneficial for shorts for sure. But we did read somewhere that people who are borrowing shares can buy other, you know, like if they release preferred stock or like these warrants, they can buy these warrants even though they're borrowing shares. So that's kind of an interesting thing. Trade time and energy for money. It's a winning strat. It is. It really is, honestly. Like you can't lose, you know. You can't lose. You're getting paid no matter what. I tried options on that run to 32 prior to CSN. Made like 7K and was so bullish I gave it all back to Kenny. Lost maybe 2K in my own cash. Never again. Just waiting and buying more every week. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Is getting too greedy. When you have thousands of dollars in your face, you're like, oh, you know, you're. Believe me, I've been there. Not so much with options. Usually with options, I've been pretty historically been pretty good about taking my profits, but I've definitely been there where you're up thousands of dollars and you're like, I'm not taking profits. It's going to keep going up. And it never does. It never does. That's the crazy part, is you think it's going to keep going up, but it never does. That happened to me 2 weeks ago. But, you know, I have a reason for why I don't take profits during those times, because, I mean, if you just think about it, if I would have took profits at 27, 28, and the stock kept going up, which in theory is just as likely as it selling off, even though that blue line was it's pretty insane how it played out looking back now. You know, that was definitely a place to take profits. But, you know, in the alternate universe where it didn't sell off and it just kept going up, there was no point in taking profits. And, you know, one of these times it's not going to sell off. There's going to be one of these times where it doesn't sell off. One of the times. I don't know when, you know. I don't know if. But I got a feeling one of these times it's not going to sell off. And that's why, you know, I tend to trade a lot when it's ranging. And then I kind of stop taking profits when it starts to rally, because it's easy to trade when it's ranging. You know, you kind of know it's not going anywhere. But as soon as it starts rallying, it's like, oh, maybe it can. Maybe it can actually go somewhere. So you gotta, I mean, from my perspective, I feel like at that point it's not worth trading anymore. But, you know, I've been wrong the past couple times, so it is what it is. Is what it is. Boy, did it only go south. Yeah, that's the options suck, man. Cause you can be like up on options, but the second the stock sells off and it stops moving, it's so tough to get back positive. It's just so tough. Like what, those options I was holding, we rallied into 25, 26 before they even started moving up. Like that's crazy. Got 15 more minutes. Was there anything? I don't think there was any earnings or anything. Yeah, AZZ tomorrow. Levi on Thursday. I might do a power pack video tomorrow. Potentially. I know I just said earlier that Roaring Kitty's taking over the stream, but I might do a power pack video Wednesday. Thursday we'll probably stream about Levi, maybe Applied Digital. And then Friday, probably Roaring Kitty stream. But I think next week is when, yeah, you got big earnings starting next week. Those are all in the morning though. You got United Airlines on Wednesday. So I'll probably stream on Wednesday. You got Interactive Brokers on Thursday. I'd imagine that's pretty hyped, potentially. So, you know. There'll probably be a lot of Roaring Kitty streams, but I'll still, you know, stream the earnings and stuff that are coming up. But as far as GameStop, at this point, I don't think there's anything to talk about on the GameStop front anymore. Kind of just see what happens at this point. Volume? I don't know what the volume is. I haven't checked the volume in a long time. Almost 7 million. So decent, I would say. A little bit of economic data, some used cars prices, down month over month, up year over year. Consumer inflation expectations are up 3.4. Economic optimism index, it's kind of flat. Everything's pretty flat today. Consumer staples is up. Consumer discretionary down 1.3. No whales. Short interest update? No. Not quite. Crypto's down. That's weird. Surprised you're not getting any altcoin runs. It's just all about Bitcoin, it seems like. Even ETH didn't hit all-time highs. I saw gold hit 4,000, which is pretty crazy. Tesla prices Model Y standard below 40,000, debuting more affordable vehicles. Oracle stock slips 5%. On report, company is seeing thin cloud margins from NVIDIA chips. Oh yeah, did anyone watch the Peter Lynch interview? I'm probably the only nerd here who watches that. But did anyone watch the Peter Lynch interview? That was decent. OpenAI's Sora 2 must stop allowing copyright infringement. Trilogy Metals shares soar 200% after US takes stake in Mineral Explorer. Damn. Happened to any of the other stocks we looked at? Nike. I think they're all up. I don't usually follow up. Morning, homie pulled a PSA 1. I didn't see that. That's funny. Yeah, I'm glad someone went and supported that guy. We got to be the change that the terrible GameStop community will never do. You know, we got to support people coming up. Because you know nobody else in this community will do it. Because they're all fucking weird for some reason. So you should go support that guy. All of you should. Honestly. Oh, I still have his... Here. I'm posting his link in the chat. Go to that dude's YouTube channel. And, I don't know, give him a comment or something. Say what's up. You know, tell him I sent you. I don't know. You know, just show some support. You know, give that guy the support I never get. We'll be the change. We'll be the change that we all want to see. Well, at least I want to see. You know, I don't mind supporting people who are actually, you know, trying to do something. And that guy doesn't seem like a... I don't know. He seems chill. That's all I'll say. He doesn't seem like everyone else I've met in this community. S&P expands into crypto with multi-asset index. Morgan Stanley advises up to 4% Bitcoin allocation in portfolios. Oh, that's crazy. Good thing GameStop has crypto for me. So I don't have to buy it. What, they have like 9% or something? I don't know how much they have. Let's go off of 9 billion. Or wait, we gotta go 500 million divide 9 billion. Oh yeah, so they only got 5%. That's decent. See, GameStop's killing it. I've already got my 4% allocation through GameStop, I guess. What's up, Ice Cube? Does GameStop accept Bitcoin? Nah. Not yet. I hope they should. They definitely should. They probably don't have a secure way to collect it, maybe. I don't know. They send out PSA 1s. Those gotta be rare. Should divvy to power pack pull out of 100 shares. I just locked in a deal, not power packs, and officially have my PSA 10 GameStop stamp Snorlax. Nice. That's one of my grails. Cards like that can be good though, because it's not like super high print. Doesn't have a ton of cards graded. And if, you know, Pokemon keeps going up and GameStop one day goes up, that card could potentially be worth quite a bit. You never know. I fear when Nat Turner sees my card swipe for a power pack, he'll deploy a PSA 5 because of my ridicule. Probably not for 1,000 pack, but that's funny. That's fucking funny. AI company CEO for using fake statement to sell their product. Let's see. There's like no news, bro. See, that's another shitty part. And, you know, kind of why Roaring Kitty is going to take over the stream. There has been zero news. Like, literally zero. Hackers apologize for stealing data from nursery school after public backlash. Man claims he was eating Mars bar to get driving ticket overturned. Fine over a driving offense by claiming he was eating a chocolate bar. Using your phone while driving is a big no-no in the United Kingdom. Okay, I see. I see what he's doing there. Nintendo demands $4.5 million from Reddit mod accused of piracy. Viral Lowe's cat Francine found safe after massive rescue effort. TikToker faces jail time after pet lion escapes cage and mauls 11-year-old. Good lord. That's fucking insane. Missing dog from California reunited with family after traveling 2,000 miles. Whole lot of nothing on the news front. Whole lot of nothing. Some Xbox fans can skip the Game Pass price hike for now. I mean, you could just go to GameStop, right? But they're probably going to let you, like, buy a year or something worth before the price hike hits. I don't know. I didn't really want to read about it. Internet reacts to Nintendo's mysterious animated baby. What the hell? PlayStation cancels most of its concert series. Orchestral show featuring music from games. Tour might be collapsing in on itself. Huh. I didn't even know PlayStation did that. Oh yeah, this game got delayed. Kingmakers. I don't know if you guys remember this game. It's that game where you're like, you have like modern day weapons and you go and fight like knights and stuff. I guess it got delayed, which is kind of whack. Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair. $79 PSA 10s. PayPal's doing good. I haven't looked at PayPal in a long ass time. What's up, Zach? I spent $825,000 this year on vehicles with IMSI catchers. What the hell's an IMSI catcher? Surveillance tech that can spy on nearby mobile phones. Cell site simulator. This isn't the first time ICE used cell site simulators. Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. The bell rang. Didn't even hit 2420. Rip. It really didn't even hit 2420. That's an ale. That's an ale. I think Battlefield 6 comes out in like 3 days. Netflix reveals Witcher Season 4 debut date. No news. You think we're gonna get any news releases or anything? Probably not. I imagine probably not. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, nice. That's good. Project Genesis. Wait, is this the thing I was reading earlier? That's what I was reading earlier. What are these screenshots? Oh, those are all the formulas. Whole lot of nothing. Looks like a whole lot of nothing. What does the profile look like? I mean, I imagine it looks like shit. Interesting. Last time you dropped below this little trend line, you had a 10% rally. So this is going to be interesting if it doesn't drop anymore. Now you're in between a resistance line that is consistently sold off the stock, 20%. I mean, what has it been? Let's see. 11%, 11% plus, even more downside. So anywhere from 11% to 30% here. Oops. Here you went from a 12% all the way down to like 15. And, it was even here during the convertible bond, so you had a massive sell-off on the convertible bond. So anytime you've hit this blue trend line, you've sold off anywhere from like 12% to 30, 40%. And now you've just sold off 13, 14% already off of that trend line. But now you're on a trend line that every time the stock's gone below it, you've had relatively nice rallies. Like even back here, you had a 20% rally and even went up even higher. You even had like a 60% rally if you're counting the whole move. Even right here, you had a 37% rally. Let's see, where else? Yeah, you haven't hit this line since March. You haven't hit this. Well, I mean, obviously you were trending between this line for a whole like 3 months, but besides that, you haven't touched this line since March. But every time you've traded below this line, you've had a massive rally. And I'm pretty sure it goes back pretty far. Yeah, you touched it right here. You had a 20% in the short term, but 70% looking a few months out. You had a little rally right here off of it, 20% to 30. I think that's the same line. Pretty sure it's this one. Right? Yeah. You hit this line in the squeeze, and then you had a massive 160% rally. So, if these trend lines keep playing out, but also if you go all the way back before the squeeze of last year, you traded below this line for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months before you finally got that move. But pretty interesting. You're in between two very key trend lines. So it's going to be, you know, we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, nobody knows. It could not move for the next 5 months. You know, it's possible, but you're in between two very key trend lines. You know, one on the buy side and one on the sell side. So I would say it's going to be very pivotal. Very, very pivotal. But you also haven't hit the bottom of this trend line yet. And who knows if you will. You might not hit the bottom of this trend line at like 22.50. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, 22.50 should be, if it's going to continue to sell off, you know, 22.50 should be the bottom potentially. Unless it takes out the support, and then, you know, if it takes out the support, that's bad. You know, everyone's going to panic sell, and who knows where it goes from there. But you know, it's held this support for the whole past year. So I wouldn't really see it, but it could happen. And also, you know, more of on a long-term trend, you're potentially forming like on the monthly candles, you're definitely forming like a bearish trend on the monthly candles. You haven't hit a low. If you do break that support and you hit a low, you know, that's going to be bearish as fuck on the longer term candles. Unless it, you know, hits the support and gets a massive bid and then you have a massive tail here, then that would be a false breakout and that would be bullish. But if you break the support and you start trading below $20, that's pretty bearish as far as charts go. But yeah, who knows, man? Who knows what's going to happen? It's going to be pretty pivotal. It's going to be an interesting year. That's all I'll say. It's going to be an interesting year. There's not really much else to say besides that. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Where it will go, nobody knows. It's just wild how accurate the trend lines have played out. It's pretty insane. Pretty insane how accurately they've played out. But I'm out of here. I appreciate you guys supporting the stream, as always. Thank you. Like I said, you know, probably like the next month or so, it's probably going to be a lot of Roaring Kitty. I really don't know how much I'm going to stream, you know, so I'm sorry if that upsets anyone, but I just haven't been in the mood to stream. Like, I don't know. I can't really describe it. I can't really describe it. I just don't feel it. But, you know, the spark will probably come back and it'll be business as usual. But either way, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good rest of your day. God bless ya. Peace!